Yeah, yeah. I gotta find out where we stopped. I think we went to... Book of Magic. Pulled out the wrong book. Let's see, where did we stop? Okay, on this occasion, the presents were unusually good. Alright, so that's the Hobbit. Lord of the Rings. Ah! Oh, it would be the Fellowship of the Ring. Hello, hello, hello. Alright. No, on that time. Forward to the second edition. Should I read any of that? No. Wait, there's a prologue? Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Should I read the prologue? Oh, we might as well, right? Oh, did I read that? Wait a minute, FBI horse, I just realized. What a crazy username. He's kind of got it against my will. I gotta do my social meteors. Alright, social media done, cunts. prologue concerning hobbits, and then we'll skip to that setup. This book is largely concerned with hobbits, and from its pages a reader may discover much of their character and a little of their history. Further information will also be found in the selection from the Red Book of Westmarch that has already been published under the title The Hobbit. The story was derived from the earlier chapters of the Red Book, composed by Bilbo himself, the first hobbit to become famous in the world at large, and called by him There and Back Again. Oh, There and Back Again, A Hobbit's Tale, right? Since they told of his journey into the East and his return, an adventure which later involved all the hobbits and the great events of that age that are here related. Hold on, I didn't get a fucking Discord ping in my fucking stream. JK. Hold on. Task manager. Right click. Add task. Nope. Discord. What do you want with Discord? Bro doesn't have streamer mode on? No, even if you... So, I guess my computer is kind of fucky, but even if Discord's in the background, you'll still get ping and notifications. Even on, even if Discord's closed. Alright, where were we? Many, however, may wish to know more about this remarkable people. From the outset, while some may not possess the earlier book, for such readers, a few notes on the more important parts are here collected from Hobbit lore. And the first adventure is briefly recalled. Oh, a summary of the Hobbit. Wait, that's awesome, actually. Hobbits are an unobtrusive but very ancient people, more numerous formerly than they are today, where they love peace and quiet and good-tilled earth. A well-ordered and well-farmed countryside was their favorite haunt. They do not and did not understand or like machines, more complicated than a forge bellows, a watermill, or a hand loom. Though they were skillful with tools, even in ancient days they were, as a rule, shy of the big folk, as they call us. And now they avoid us with dismay, and are becoming hard to find. They are quick of hearing and sharp-eyed, and though they are inclined to be fat, and do not hurry unnecessarily, they are nonetheless nimble and deft in their movements. They possess from the first the art of disappearing swiftly and silently when large folk whom they do not wish to meet come blundering by. In this art they have developed until to men it may seem magical. Oh, okay. But hobbits have never, in fact, studied magic of any kind, and their elusiveness is due solely to a professional skill and hereditary... to a professional skill that hereditary and practice, and a close friendship with the earth, have rendered inimitable by bigger and clumsier races. For they are little people, smaller than dwarves, less stout and stocky, that is, even when they are not actually much shorter. Their height is variable, ranging between 2 and 4 feet of our measure. They seldom now reach 3 feet, but they have dwindled, they say. And in ancient days they were taller. According to the Red Book, Bandabros took Bullroarer, son of Isengrim II, was 4'5" and able to ride a horse. He was surpassed in all hobbits' record only by 2 famous characters of old. That curious matter is dealt with in this book. I think I do bring him up. Hold on. Oh, the Shire, the Hobbits, Shireton. Hold on, I gotta raise my mic. Higher mic. There we go. As for the hobbits of the Shire, with whom these tales are concerned, in the days of their peace and prosperity were a merry folk. They dressed in bright colors, being notably bond of yellow and green, that they seldom wore shoes, since their feet had tough leathery soles and were clad in thick curling hair, much like the hair of their heads, which was commonly brown. Thus the only craft little practiced among them was shoemaking. But they had long and skillful fingers and can make many other useful and comely things. Homely. Well, it says comely, but I think I prefer to say homely things. Their faces were, as a rule, good-natured rather than beautiful, broad, bright-eyed. Broad, bright-eyed, and red-cheeked, with mouths apt to laughter and to eating and drinking. And laugh they did, and eat and drink often and heartily, being fond of simple jests at all times, and of 6 meals a day when they can get them. They were hospitable and delighted in parties and in presents, which they gave away freely and eagerly accepted. It is plain indeed that in spite of their later estrangement, hobbits are relatives of ours, far nearer to us than elves, or even the dwarves. For old they spoke the languages of men, and after their own fashion, and liked and disliked much of the same things as men did. But what exactly our relationship is can no longer be discovered. The beginning of hobbits lie far back in the elder days that are now lost and forgotten. Only the elves will still preserve any record that vanished time, and their traditions are concerned almost entirely about their own history, in which men appear seldom and hobbits are not mentioned at all. Yet it is clear that hobbits had, in fact, lived quietly in Middle-earth for many long years before other folk became even aware of them. And the world being, after, full of strange creatures beyond count, these little people seemed of very little importance. But in the days of Bilbo and of Frodo his heir, they suddenly became, by no wish of their own, both important and renowned, and troubled the counsels of the wise and troubled the counsels of the wise and the great. Oh, we are in the third age. Man, I missed that game. Dude, should I get that game? If I can emulate it from the original Xbox? Because it was turn-based, wasn't it? Those days, the third age of Middle-earth, are now long past, and the shape of all lands have been changed, but the regions in which hobbits then lived were doubtless the same as those which they still linger. The northwest of the old world, east of the sea. Of their original home, the hobbits in Bilbo's time preserved no knowledge. A love of learning, other than genealogical lore, was far from general among them, but there remained still a few in the older families who studied their own books, and even gathered reports of old times and distant lands from elves, dwarves, and men. Their own records began only after the settlement of the Shire. That's kind of crazy. And the most ancient legends hardly looked further back than their wandering days. Oh, they were nomadic? What the fuck? It is clear, nonetheless, from these legends and from the evidence of their peculiar words and customs that, like many other folk, hobbits had, in the distant past, moved westward. Their earliest tales seem to glimpse a time when they dwelt in the upper vales of Anduin, between the eaves of Greenwood the Great and the Misty Mountains. Why they later undertook the hard and perilous crossing of the mountains into Eredor is no longer certain. Their own accounts speak of the multiplying of men in the land, and of a shadow that fell in the forest. Oh, the fucking necromancer? So that it became darkened, and its new name was Mirkwood. Before the crossing of the mountains, the hobbits had already become divided into 3 somewhat different breeds. The Harfoots, Stores, and the Followhides. The Harfoots were browner of skin, smaller and shorter, and they were beardless and bootless. Their hands and feet were neat and nimble, and they preferred highlands and hills sides. The Stores were broader and heavier in build. Their feet and hands were larger, and they preferred flat lands and riversides. The Followhides were the fairer of the skin and also of hair, and they were taller, slimmer than the others, and they were lover of trees and of the woodlands. Oh, so we have like a human, dwarf, elf thing kind of going. The Harfoots had much to do with dwarves in ancient times, and long lived the foothills of the mountains. They moved westward early and roamed over Eredor, as far as Weathertop, while the others were still in the wilder land. They were the most normal and representative variety of hobbit, and far the most numerous. They were the most inclined to settle in one place and the longest preserved their ancestral habits of living in tunnels and holes. The Stores lingered along by the banks of the great river Anduin, and were less shy of men. They came west after the Harfoots and followed the course of the Loudwater southwards. Loudwater being a noun, the name of a river, I assume. And there, many of them long dwelt between Tharbad and the borders of Dunland before they moved north again. The Followhides, the least numerous, were a northerly branch. They were more friendly with elves than the other hobbits were, and had more skill in language and song than in handicrafts. And of old they preferred hunting to tilling. Okay, that's kind of not. Okay. They crossed the mountains north of Rivendell and came down to River Horwell. In Eredor they soon mingled with the other kinds that had preceded them, but being somewhat bolder and more adventurous, they were often found as leaders or chieftains among clans of Harfoots or Stores. Even in Bilbo's times, the strong Fallowhide strain could still be noted among the greater families, such as the Tooks and the Masters of Buckland. In the westlands of Eredor, between the Misty Mountains and the mountains of Loon... Wait a minute, what? That's a new one. Mountains of Loon. Hold on. Mountains of Loon. I'm not saying I'm an expert in Lord of the Rings, but I feel like... Loon. Little Earth Mountains of Loon. Oh, it's literally like mountains by the coast. Oh, what the fuck? Okay, interesting. The hobbits found both men and elves. Indeed, a remnant still dwelt there of the Dunedain, the kings of men that came over the sea out of the western east. But they were dwindling fast, and the lands of their north kingdom were falling wide into waste. There was room, and to spare for incomers, and ere long the hobbits began to settle in ordered communities. Most of their earlier settlements have long disappeared and have been forgotten in Bilbo's times, but one of the first to become important and still endured, though reduced in size, was at Bree, and in the Chetwood, which is a name, that lay around, and some 40 miles east of the Shire. So wait, Bree is older than the Shire? It was in these earlier days, doubtless, that the hobbits learned their letters and began to write after the manner of the Dunedain, who had in their turn long before learned the art from the elves, and in those days also they forgot whatever languages they used before, and spoke ever after the common speech, the Westron, as it was named, and was current throughout all the lands of the kings from Anor to Gondor, and about all the coasts of the Seas from Buffalas to Loon. Yet they kept a few words of their own, as well as their own names of months and days, and a great store of personal names out of the past. Is this him trying to explain why they all can talk to each other? About this time, legend among the hobbits first becomes history. I'm not yawning because I'm tired. I'm yawning because I ran through miles. like around 11. So... Oh, wait a minute. Whoa. Okay. About this time, legend among the hobbits first becomes history with the reckoning of years. For it was in the 1601st year of the Third Age that the Fellowhide brothers, Marcho and Blanco, no, they're Hispanic, they're Italian, set out from Bree And having obtained permission from the High King at Fornost. Oh my god, there's an asterisk. Hold up. Oh, I forgot these books are kind of different. As the records of Gondor relate, this was Argaleb II, the 20th of the Northern Line, which came to an end with Avandui 300 years later. Oh my god, there's asterisks. Oh, brother. They crossed the Brown River, Durandwin, with a great following of hobbits. They passed over the bridge of Stormbows that had been built in the days of the power of the North Kingdom, and they took all the land beyond to dwell in, between the river and the Four Downs. All that was demanded of them was that they should keep the great bridge in repair, and all the other bridges and roads, speed the king's messengers, and acknowledge his lordship. Thus began the Shire Reckoning. Oh, that's kind of crazy. Thus began the Shire Reckoning for the year of the crossing of the Brandywine, as the hobbits termed the name, became year 1 of the Shire, and all later dates were reckoned from it. Okay, here we go. And thus, the years of the Third Age and the reckoning of the Elves and the Dunedain may be found by adding 1600 to the dates of Shire Reckoning. Oh god, we're getting into linguistic bullshit now. At once, the western hobbits fell in love with their new land, and they remained there, and soon passed once more out of the history of men and elves. But there was still a king while there was still a king, they were in name his subjects, but they were in fact ruled by their own chieftains, and meddled not at all with the events in the world outside. To the last battle at Fornost with the Witch Lord of Agmar, they sent some bowmen to the aid of the king, or so they maintained, though no tales of men recorded. But in that war, I gotta put the mic again. The North Kingdom ended, and then the hobbits took the land for their own. They chose from their own chiefs a thane. Oh, okay, I know what that is. To hold authority of the king that was gone. There for 1,000 years they were little troubled by wars, and they prospered and multiplied after the dark plague, Shire Reckoning, year 37. Until the disaster of the long winter and the famine that followed it. Many thousands then perished, but the days of death, 1158 to 1160, were at the time of this tale long past, and the hobbits had again become accustomed to plenty. The land was rich and kindly. Though it had long been deserted, they entered it. It had before been tilled, and the king had once many farms and cornlands, vineyards, and woods. 40 leagues stretched from the far downs to the Brandywine Bridge, and 50 from the northern moors to the marshes in the south. The hobbits named it the Shire, as the region of the authority of their thane, and a district of well-ordered business. And there in that pleasant corner of the world they plied their well-ordered business of living, and they heeded less and less the world outside, where dark things moved, till they came to think that peace and plenty were the rule in Middle-earth, and the right of all sensible folk. They forgot, or ignored, what little they had ever known of the Guardians, and of the labors of those that made possible the long peace of the Shire. They were in fact sheltered, but they had ceased to remember it. Wait, sheltered by who? Oh, I guess the Dunedain? At no time had hobbits of any kind been warlike, and they have never fought among themselves. In olden days they had, of course, been often obliged to fight to maintain themselves in a hard world, but in Bilbo's time, that was very ancient history. The last battle before this story opens, and indeed the only one that has ever been fought within the borders of the Shire, was beyond living memory. The Battle of Greenfields, Shire Reckoning, 1147, in which Brandibus took, routed an invasion of orcs. Even the weathers have grown milder, and the wolves that had once come ravening out of the north in bitter, white winters were now only a grandfather's tale. So though there was still some store of weapons in the Shire, these were used mostly as trophies, hanging above hearths or on walls, or gathered into the museum at Michael Delvin. That's such an English name. It's such a normal English name. Michael Delvin is a place, though, I think. The Mammoth House, it was called, for anything that hobbits had no immediate use for. Oh, the Matham House. Wait, what? The Matham House, it was called. For anything that hobbits had no immediate use for, but were unwilling to throw away. They called a Matham. Oh, okay, I see. Their dwellings were apt to become rather crowded with Mathams, and many of the presents that passed from hand to hand were of that sort. Nonetheless, ease and peace had left this people still curiously tough. They were, if it came to it, difficult to daunt or to kill, as they were perhaps so unwearyingly fond of good things, not least because they could, when put to it, do without them, and could survive rough handling by grief, foe, or weather in a way that astonished those who did not know them well, and looked no further than their bellies and their well-filled faces. Though slow to quarrel, and for sport killing nothing that lived, they were doughty at bay, and at need could still handle arms. They shot well with the bow, and they were keen-eyed and sure at mark, not only with bows and arrows. If any hobbit stooped for a stone, it was well to get quickly under cover, as all trespassing beasts knew very well. Yeah, I think that shows up in this book as well. That's so funny. Was it Frodo, or I think it was Sam actually, where that shows up. All hobbits had originally lived in holes in the ground, or so they believed, and in such dwellings that they still felt most at home. But in the course of time, they had been obliged to adopt other forms of abode. Actually, in the Shire, in Bilbo's days, it was, as a rule, only the richest and the poorest hobbits that maintained the old custom. The poorest went on living in burrows of the most primitive kind, mere holes indeed, with only one window or none, while the well-to-do still constructed more luxurious versions of the simple diggings of old. Suitable sites for these large and ramifying tunnels, or smeals, as they called them, were not everywhere to be found, and in the flats and the low-lying districts, the hobbits, as they multiplied, began to build above ground. Indeed, even in the hilly regions and the older villages such as Hobbiton or Tuckborough, or in the chief township of the Shire, Michael Delving on the White Downs, there were now many houses of wood, brick, or stone. These were especially favored by millers, smiths, ropers, and cartwrights, and others of that sort, for even when they had holes to live in, hobbits had long been accustomed to building sheds and workshops. I wonder if this is a reference to something. IRL. The habit of building farmhouses and barns was said to have begun among the inhabitants of the marsh down by the Brandywine. The hobbits of that quarter, the East Farthing, were rather large and heavy-legged, and they wore dwarf boots in muddy weather. But they were well known to be stores in a large part of their blood, as indeed has shown by the down that many grew on their chins. No Harfoot or Fellowhide had any trace of beard. Indeed, the folk of the marsh, and of Buckland east of the river, which they afterwards occupied, came for the most part later into the Shire, up from the south away, and they still have many peculiar names and strange words not found elsewhere in the Shire. It is probable that the craft of building, as many other crafts besides, was derived from the Dunedain. But the hobbits may have learned it direct from the elves, the teachers of men in their youth, for the elves of the High Kindred had not yet forsaken Middle-earth, and they dwelt still at the time at the Grey Havens away to the west, and in other places within the reach of the Shire. 3 elf towers of immemorial age were still to be seen on the Tower Hills beyond the western marches. They shone far off in the moonlight. The tallest was furthest away, standing alone upon a green mound. The hobbits of the West Farthing said that one could see the sea from the top of that tower, but no hobbit had ever been known to climb it. Indeed, few hobbits have ever seen or sailed upon the sea, and fewer still have ever returned to report it. Most hobbits regarded even rivers and small boats with deep misgivings, and not many of them could swim. And as the days of the Shire lengthened, they spoke less and less with the elves and grew afraid of them and distrustful of those that had dealings with them. And the sea became a word of fear among them, and a token of death, and they turned their faces away from the hills in the west. That's kind of weird, brother. The craft of building may have come from elves or men, but the hobbits used it in their own fashion. They did not go in for towers. Their houses were usually long, low, and comfortable, and the oldest kind were indeed no more than built imitations of simiols, thatched with dry grass or straw, roofed with turfs, and having walls somewhat bulged. The stage, however, belonged to the early days of the Shire. The hobbit building had long since been altered, improved by devices learned from the dwarves, or discovered by them by themselves. A preference for round windows, and even round doors, was the chief remaining peculiarity of hobbit architecture. The houses and homes of Hobbitshire were often large and inhabited by large families. Bilbo and Frodo Baggins were as bachelors very exceptional, and there were also many other ways, such as the friendship with elves. Sometimes, as in the case of the Tooks of Great Seminoles, or the Brandy Bucks of Brandy Hall, many generations of relatives lived in comparative peace together in one ancestral and many-tunneled mansion. All hobbits were, in any case, clannish and reckoned up to their relationships with great care. They drew long, elaborate family trees with innumerable branches. In dealing with hobbits, it is important to remember who is related to whom and in what degree. It would be impossible in this book to set out a family tree that included even the more important members of the more important families at the time in which these tales tell of. The genealogical trees at the end of the Red Book of Westmarch are a small book in themselves, and all the hobbits could find them extremely dull. Hobbits delighted in such things, if they were accurate. They liked to have books filled with things that they already knew, set out fair and square with no contradictions. 2. Concerning pipeweed. There was another astonishing thing about hobbits of old that must be mentioned, an astonishing habit. They imbibed or inhaled, through pipes of clay wood, the smoke of the burning leaves of an herb. Oh, herbalist! Rastafaran Roberton! Which they called pipeweed. Oh, excuse me for a second. Ooh. Oh yeah. Pipeweed or leaf. A variety probably of Nicotania. No way that he called it Nicotania. That's so funny. A great deal of mystery surrounds the origin of this peculiar custom, or art as the hobbits preferred to call it. All that could be discovered about it in antiquity was put together by Meriadoc Brandybuck, later Master of Buckland. And since he and the tobacco of the South Farthing play a part in the history that follows, he remarks in the introduction to his Herb Lore of Shire, may be quoted. This, he says, is the one art that we can certainly claim to be our own invention. When hobbits first began to smoke it is not known. All the legends and family histories take it for granted. For ages, folks in the Shire smoked various herbs. Some fouler, some sweeter, but all accounts agree that Tobold Hornblower of Longbottom in the South Farthing grew the true pipeweed in his gardens in the days of Isengrim II, about the year 1070 of Shire reckoning. The best homegrown still comes from that district, especially the varieties now known as Longbottom Leaf, Old Toby, and Southern Star. I mean, those sound like tobacco companies. That's so funny. Southern Star especially. That's just funny. How old Toby came by the plant is not recorded. For to his dying day he would not tell. He knew much about herbs, but he was no traveler. It is said that in his youth he went often to Bree, though he certainly never went farther from the Shire than that. It is thus quite possible that he learned of this plant in Bree, where now, at any rate, it grows well on the south slopes of the hill. The Bree hobbits claim to have been the first actual smokers of pipe weed. They claim, of course, to have they claim, of course, to have done everything for the people of the Shire, who they refer to as colonists. What the fuck? But in this case, their claim is, I think, likely to be true. And certainly it was from Bree that the art of smoking and the genuine weed spread in the recent centuries among the Dwarves and other such folk. Oh, shoot. Ugh. Eventually I'll stop fucking yawning. Rangers, wizards, or wanderers I still pass to and fro through that ancient road meeting. The home and center of art is thus to be found in the old inn of Bree, the Prancing Pony, that has been kept by the family of Butterbur from time beyond record. All the same, observations that I have made on my own, many journeys south, have convinced me that the weed itself is not native to our parts of the world, but it came northwards from the lower Anduin. Whether it was, I suspect, originally brought over sea by men of the Western East, it grows abundantly in Gondor, and there is richer and larger than in the north, where it is never found wild, and flourishes only in warm, sheltered places like Longbottom. The men of Gondor call it sweet galenus, and esteem it only for the fragrance of its flowers. From that land it must have been carried up the Greenway during the long centuries between the coming of Elendil and our own days. But even the Dunedain of Gondor allow us this credit. Hobbits first put it into pipes. Not even the wizards first thought of that before we did. Though one wizard that I knew took up the art long ago and became as skillful in it as all other things that he put his mind to. Oh, that's based. That's awesome. Oh my god, the prologue keeps going. Oh, brother. We might be just stuck with reading the prologue. No. I'll definitely at least get to chapter 3. I want to get to at least chapter 3. Chapter 3 of the prologue, the ordering of the Shire. The Shire was divided into 4 quarters. The farthings already referred to north, south, east, and west. And these again each into a number of folklands, which still bore the names of some of the old leading families, although by the time of this history these names were no longer found only in their proper folklands. Nearly all the Tooks lived in Tookland, but that is not true of many other families, such as the Bagginses or the Boffins. Outside the farthings were the East and West Marches, the Buckland, and the West March added to the Shire in Shire Reckoning 1462. The Shire at this time had hardly any government. Families, for the most part, managed their own affairs. Growing food and eating it occupied most of their time. In other matters, they were, as a rule, generous and not greedy, but contented and moderate, so that estates, farms, workshops, and small trades tended to remain unchanged for generations. There remained, of course, the ancient tradition concerning the High King at Fornost, or Norbury as they called it, away north of the Shire, but there had been no king for nearly 1,000 years, and even the ruins of King's Norbury were covered with grass. Yet the hobbits still said of wild folk and wicked things such as trolls that they had not heard of the king, for they attributed to the king of old all their essential laws, and usually they kept the laws of free will, because they were the rules, as they said, capitalized. That's funny. Both ancient and just. Okay, dude. Yeah, we just do whatever the fuck we want. It is true that the Took family had long been preeminent, where the office of Thane had passed to them from the Old Bucks some centuries before, and the chief Took had borne that title ever since. The Thane was the master of the Shire Moor, captain of the Shire Muster, and the Hobbitry in arms. But as muster and moot, they only held in times of emergency, which no longer occurred. The Thaneship had ceased to be more than a nominal dignity. The Took family was still indeed accorded a special respect, for it remained both numerous and exceedingly wealthy, and was liable to produce in every generation strong characters of peculiar habits that even adventurous temperament. In lighter qualities, however, they now rather tolerated in the rich than generally approved. The custom endured nonetheless of referring to the head of the family as the Took, and of adding to his name if required a number, such as Isengrim II, for instance. The only real official in the Shire at this date was the mayor of Michael Delving, or of the Shire, who was elected every 7 years at the Free Fair on the White Downs at the Lith, that is at midsummer. As mayor, almost his only duty was to preside at banquets given on the Shire holidays, which occurred at frequent intervals. But the offices of postmaster and first sheriff were attached to the mayoralty, so that he managed both the messenger service and the watch. These were the only Shire services, and the messengers were the most numerous, and much the busier of the two. By no means all hobbits were lettered, but those that were wrote constantly to their friends, and a selection of their relatives who lived farther off than an afternoon's walk. That's kind of crazy. Well, I mean, how far can you get? Never mind, that's actually pretty far. In Hobbit distance. I just realized they spell sheriff differently. They use I instead of E. Your sheriff was the name that the hobbits gave to their police, or the nearest equivalent that they possessed. They had, of course, had no uniforms, such things being quite unknown. Only a feather in the cap, and they were in practice rather haywards than policemen, more concerned with this straying of beasts than of people. There were in all the Shire only 12 of them, 3 in each farthing, for inside work. The large body, varying at need, was employed to beat the bounds and see that outsiders of any kind, great or small, did not make themselves a nuisance. At the time when the story begins, the Bounders, as they were called, have been greatly increased. Wait, what? There are many reports and complaints of strange persons and creatures prowling about the borders, or over them. The first sign that all was not quite as it should be, and always had been, except in tales and legends of long ago. Few heeded the sign, and not even Bilbo yet had any notion of what it portended. 60 years had passed since he set out on his memorable journey, and he was old even for hobbits, who reached 100 as often as not. But much evidently still remained of the considerable wealth that he had brought back. How much or how little he revealed to no one, not even Frodo, his favorite nephew, and he still kept seeking the ring that he had found. Okay, so I'm gonna skip the finding of the ring. Oh no, maybe I should read the fire. Is that spoilers? I mean, it's a recap of The Hobbit. I'm gonna skip that one. Okay, here we go. Where were they? I mean, we could start here. Yeah, we can start here. Inside Bag End, Bilbo and Gandalf were sitting at the open window, the small room looking out west to the garden. The late afternoon was bright and peaceful. The flowers glowed red and golden, snapdragons and sunflowers. And what the fuck? Nasturtiums trailing all over the turf walls and peeping in at the rounded windows. How bright your garden looks, said Gandalf. Yes, said Bilbo. I'm very fond of it indeed. And all of the dear old Shire, but I think I need a holiday. You mean to go on with your plan then? I do. I made up my mind months ago and I still haven't changed it. Very well. It's no good saying anymore. Stick to your plan, your whole plan, mind. And I hope it will turn out for the best for you and all of us. I hope so. Anyway, I mean to enjoy myself on Thursday and have my little joke. Who would laugh, I wonder, said Gandalf jokingly. We shall see, said Bilbo. The next day, more carts rolled up the hill, and still more carts. There might have been some grumbling about dealing locally, but that very week, orders began to pour out of Bag End for every kind of provision, commodity, or luxury that can be obtained in Hobbiton, or Bywater, or anywhere in the neighborhood. People became enthusiastic, and they began to tick off the days on the calendar. They had watched eagerly for the postman, hoping for invitations. Before long, the invitations began pouring out, and the Hobbiton post office was blocked, and the Bywater post office was snowed under, and voluntary assistant postmen were called for. There was a constant stream of them going up the hill, carrying hundreds of polite variations on, "Thank you, I shall certainly come." A notice appeared on the gate of Bag End. No admittance except on party business. Even those who had or pretended to have party business were seldom allowed in. Bilbo was busy, writing invitations, taking off answers, picking up presents, and making some private preparations of his own. From the time of Gandalf's arrival, he remained hidden from view. One morning the hobbits woke to find the large field south of Bilbo's front door covered with ropes and poles for tents and pavilions. A special entrance was cut into the bank leading into the road, and the wide steps and the large right gate were built there. The three hobbit families of Bagshot Row, adjoining the field, were intensely interested and generally envied. Old Gaffer Gamgee stopped even pretending to work in his garden. The tents began to go up. There was a especially large pavilion so big that the tree that grew in the field was right inside it, and stood proudly near one end, at the head of the chief table. Lanterns were hung on all of its branches. More promising still, to the hobbits' minds, an enormous open-air kitchen was erected in the north corner of the field. A draw of cooks from every inn and eating house for miles around arrived to supplement the dwarves and other odd folk. There were dwarves there? That's interesting. They didn't... Huh. They didn't show that in the movie. Supplement the doors and the other odd folk that recorded at Bag End. Excitement rose to its height. Oh, hold on. I gotta bring the mic closer. How far are we on this thing? Should I loop it? Yeah. Well, no. I actually want to do the other Skyrim one. The other one is a lot more cooler. Ah, here we go.
I wanted a trip I'd never forget.
You gotta be fucking kidding me. Do I not have ad block on this bit? Oh my god. Yeah, there we go. Where was I? Then the weather clouded over. That was on Wednesday, the eve of the party. Anxiety was intense. Then Thursday, September the 22nd, actually dawned, the sun got up, the clouds vanished, the flags were unfurled, and the fun began. Bilbo Baggins called it a party, but it really was a variety of entertainments rolled into one. Practically everybody living near was invited. Very few were overlooked by accident, but as they turned up all the same, that did not matter. Many people from other parts of the Shire were also axed, and there were even a few from outside the borders. Bilbo met the guests and additions at the new White Gate in person. He gave away presents to all and sundry, the latter those who went out again by the back way and came in again by the gate. Wow, that's so funny. Hobbits give presents to other people on their own birthdays. Not very expensive one as a rule, and not so lavishly as on this occasion, but it was not a bad system. Actually, in Hobbiton and Bywater, every day in the year it was somebody's birthday, so that every hobbit in those parts had a fair chance of at least one present, at least once a week. But they never got tired of them. On this occasion, the presents were unusually good. The hobbit children were so excited that for a while they almost forgot about eating. There were toys alike which they have never seen before, all beautiful and some obviously magical. Many of them have indeed been ordered a year before and had come all the way from the mountain and from Dale, and were a real dwarf make. Oh, he asked bro to make that's crazy. When every guest had been welcomed and was finally inside the gate, there were songs, dances, music, games, and of course food and drink. Yeah, I might pipe a brewski right now. This is how it got me feeling. Yeah. Actually, no, I'm gonna crack open a beer. Fuck it. Fuck it, we do this live. No, I'm gonna drink the big one. I got these big Smirnoff ice screwdrivers. Fucking love these things, man. Ooh, yeah. Let me get a sip of that. I mean, it tastes like Sunny D with alcohol. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Alright, where was I? When every guest had been welcomed and was finally inside the gate, there were songs, dances, music, games, and of course, food and drink. There were 3 official meals: lunch, tea, and dinner, or supper. But lunch and tea were marked chiefly by the fact that at those times, all the guests were sitting down and eating together. At other times, there were merely lots of people eating and drinking, continuously, from 11 to 6:30. Jesus Christ, when the fireworks started, holy shit. So their lunch goes into dinner and tea. That's crazy. The fireworks were by Gandalf, and they were not only brought by him, but designed and made by him. And the special effects, set pieces, and flights of the rockets were let off by him. But there was also a generous distribution of squibs, crackers, bacca wrappers, sparklers, torches, dwarf candles, elf fountains, goblin barkers, and thunderclaps. They were all superb. The art of Gandalf improved with age. There were rockets like a flight of scintillating birds singing with sweet voices. There were green trees with trunks of dark smoke. Their leaves opened like a whole spring unfolding in a moment, and their shining branches dropped glowing flowers down upon the astonished hobbits. Oh, like literal trees, like fireworks exploding into trees. That's crazy. Disappearing with a sweet scent just before they touched their upturned faces. There were fountains of butterflies that flew glittering into the trees. There were pillars of colored fires that rose and turned into eagles, or sailing ships, or a phalanx of flying swans. There was a red thunderstorm and a shower of yellow rain. There was a forest of silver spears that sprang suddenly into the air with a yell like an embattled army, and came down again into the water like a hiss, like 100 hot snakes. That's fucking crazy. And there was also one last surprise. In honor of Bilbo, and it started the hobbits exceedingly, as Gandalf intended. The lights went out, the great smoke went up. It shaped itself like a mountain seen in a distance and began to glow at the summit. It spouted green and scarlet flames. Out flew a red golden dragon, not life-sized, but terribly lifelike. Fire came from his jaws and his eyes glared down, and there was a roar, and he whizzed 3 times over the heads of the crowd. They all ducked, and many fell flat on their faces. The dragon passed like an express train. Trains? So there's still there's so there's still trains in Middle-earth. That's fucking insane. The dragon passed like an express train, turned a somersault, and burst over Bywater with a deafening explosion. That's twice. Nah, bro. Nah, bro. That's twice. He mentioned trains and the hobbits. Oh. Oh, okay. Okay, okay, I see what's happening. Okay. Okay, I see what's okay. I see what's going on there. That would be cool though if there was actual trains. That is the signal for supper, said Bilbo. The pain and alarm vanished at once, and the prostrate hobbit, you fat asses, bro. And the prostrate hobbits leapt to their feet. There was a splendid supper for everyone. For everyone, that is, except those invited to the special family dinner party. What the fuck? This was held in the great pavilion with the tree. The invitations were limited to 12 dozen, a number also called by the hobbits 1 gross, though the word was not considered proper to use of people. And the guests were selected. Then why bring it up? Wait, what? And the guests were selected from all the families to which Bilbo and Frodo were related, with the addition of a few special unrelated friends, such as Gandalf. Many young hobbits were included, and present by parental permission, for hobbits were easygoing with their children in the matter of sitting up late, especially when there was a chance of getting them a free meal. Bringing up younger hobbits took a lot of provender. Yeah, I mean, essentially, every single page before this, I've described these guys as being just fat fucks. That's so funny. What are the hobbits? They're just fat ass people, bro. That is the one description. If you needed one sentence, that's it. There were many Bagginses and Boffins, and also many Tooks and Brandy Bucks. There were various Grubs, relations of Bilbo Baggins' grandmother, and various Chubbs, connections of his Took grandfather, and a selection of Burrowses, Bulgars, Bracegirdles, Brockhouses, Good Bodies, Hornblowers, and Proudfoots. Some of these were only very distantly connected with Bilbo, and some of them hardly ever been in Hobbiton before, as they lived in remote corners of the Shire. The Saxville Bagginses were not forgotten. Otho and his wife Lobelia were present. They disliked Bilbo and detested Frodo, but so magnificent was the invitation card, written in golden ink. Hold on, I got an email about. I don't know if you guys heard of Bump Box, but it is. A very big stereo system. Brother, that's $600 for that? That's insane. Maybe. We'll see. What was that? Oh yeah, they disliked Bilbo and detested Frodo, but so magnificent was the invitation card written in golden ink, they felt it was impossible to refuse. Besides, their cousin Bilbo had been specializing in food for many years, and his table had a high reputation. All the 144 guests expected a pleasant feast, though they rather dreaded the after-dinner speech of their host, an inevitable item. He was liable to drag in bits of what he called poetry, and sometimes, after a glass or two, would allude to the absurd adventures of his mysterious journey. The guests were not disappointed. They had a very pleasant feast. In fact, an engrossing entertainment, rich, abundant, varied, and prolonged. The purchase of provisions fell almost to nothing throughout the district in the ensuing weeks. Oh, they had so much food? Oh, damn. But as Bilbo's catering has depleted the stocks of most stores and cellars and warehouses for miles around, that did not matter much. After the feast, more or less, came the speech. Most of the company were, however, now in a tolerant mood at that delightful stage which they called filling up the corners. They were sipping their favorite drinks and nibbling at their favorite dainties, and their fears were forgotten. They were prepared to listen to anything and to cheer at every full stop. "My dear people," began Bilbo, rising to his place. "Hear, hear, hear," they shouted, and kept on repeating it in a chorus, seeming reluctant to follow their own advice. Bilbo left his place and went and stood on a chair under the illuminated tree. Oh, so he didn't walk on the actual stage. That's so funny. He left his place, went and stood on a chair under the illuminated tree. The light of the lanterns fell on his beaming face. The golden buttons shone on his embroidered silk waistcoat. They could all see him standing, waving one hand in the air and the other in his trouser pockets. "My dear Bagginses and Boffins," he began. "My dear Tooks and Brandybucks and Grubs and Chubs, Burwesses and Hornblowers and Bulgers, Brace Girdles, Good Bodies, Bruckhouses, and Proudfoots, Proud Feet," shouted an elderly hobbit from the back of the pavilion. His name, of course, was Proudfoot, and well merited. His feet were large, exceptionally furry, and both were on the table. "Proudfoots," repeated Bilbo. "And also my good sex-filled Bagginses, that I may welcome back at last to Bag End. Today is my 111th birthday. I am 11-1 today. Hurrah, hurrah, many happy returns," they shouted, and they hammered joyously on the tables. Bilbo was doing splendidly. This was the sort of stuff they liked, short and obvious. "I hope you're all enjoying yourselves as much as I am." Deafening cheers and cries of yes and no. Noises of trumpets and horns, pipes, flutes, and other musical instruments. There were, as they had said, many young hobbits present. Hundreds of musical crackers had been pulled. Most of them bore the mark of Dale on them. What? Damn. Which did not convey much to most of the hobbits. But they all agreed they were marvelous crackers. They contained instruments, small, but of perfect make and enchanted tones. Indeed, in one corner, some of the young Tooks and Brandybucks, supposing Uncle Bilbo to have finished, since he had plainly said all that was necessary, now got up an impromptu orchestra and began a merry dance tune. Master Everard Took and Miss Melliot Brandybuck got a table with bells, and their hands began to dance the Springle Ring. A pretty dance, but rather vigorous. But Bilbo was not finished. Seizing a horn from a youngster nearby, he blew out 3 loud hoots. The noise subsided. "I shall not keep you long," he cried. Cheers from the assembly. "I have called you all together for a purpose." Something in the way he said it made an impression. There was almost a silence, and one of the two pricked up their ears. "Indeed, for 3 purposes. First of all, to tell you that I am immensely fond of you all, and that 11 years is too short a time to live amongst such excellent and admirable hobbits." Tremendous outburst of approval. "I don't know half of you as well as I should like, and I like less than half as you and I like less than half of you, half as well as you deserve." This was an unexpected and rather difficult. There was some scattering clapping, but most were trying to work it out and see if it came to a compliment. Secondly, to celebrate my birthday, cheers again. I should say our birthday, for it is, of course, also the birthday of my heir and nephew Frodo. He comes of age and into his inheritance today. Some perfunctory clapping by the elders and loud shouts of "Frodo, Frodo, jolly old Frodo" from the juniors. The Saxville Baggins scowled and wondered what he meant by coming into his inheritance. You know damn well what he meant by coming into his inheritance. Fuck ass. Together we score 144. Your numbers were chosen to fit that remarkable total. 1 gross. If I may use the expression, no cheers. This was ridiculous. Many of his guests, especially the Saxon villagers, were insulted, feeling sure they have only been asked to fill up the required number, like goods in a package. 1 gross indeed. Very vulgar expression. It is also, if I say, allowed to refer to ancient history. The anniversary of my arrival by Beryl at Esgaroth on the Long Lake. The fact that it was my birthday slipped my memory on that occasion. I was only 51 then, and birthdays did not seem so important. The banquet was very splendid, however, though I had a bad cold at the time. I remember I could only say, "Thank you very much," and I now repeat this more faith. "Thank you very much for coming to my little party." Obstinate silence. They all feared that a song or some poetry was now imminent, and they were getting bored. Why couldn't he stop talking and let them drink his health? But Bilbo did not sing or recite. He paused for a moment. "Thirdly and finally," he said, "I wish to make an announcement." He spoke this last word so loudly and solemnly that everyone sat up who still could. "I regret to announce that though, as I said, 11 years is far too short of a time to spend among you, this is the end. I am going, and I am leaving now. Goodbye." He stepped down and vanished. There was a blinding flash of light, and the guests all blinked. They opened their eyes. Bilbo was nowhere to be seen. 144 flabbergasted hobbits sat back speechless. Speechless. Old Odo Proudfoot removed his feet from the table and stamped. Then there was a dead silence until, after several deep breaths, every Baggins, Boffins took Brandybuck, Gub, Chubb, Burrows, Bogers. Oh my god. Hold on. Baggins, Boffin, Took, Brandybuck, Grub, Chubb, Burrows, Bulger, Brace, Girdle, Brockhouse, Goodbody, Hornblower, and Proudfoot began to talk at once. It was generally agreed that the joke was in very bad taste, and more food and drink were needed to cure the guests of shock and annoyance. "He's mad, I always says so," was probably the most popular comment. Even the Tooks, with few exceptions, thought Bilbo's behavior was absurd. For a moment, most of them took it for granted that his disappearance was nothing more than a ridiculous prank. But old Rory Brandybuck was not sure. Neither age nor an enormous dinner had clouded his wits, and he said to his daughter-in-law Esmeralda, "There's something fishy in this, my dear. I believe that mad Baggins is off again. Silly old fool. But why worry? He hasn't taken the victuals with him." He called loudly to Frodo, who's to send wine round again. Frodo was the only one present who had said nothing. For some time he sat silent beside Bilbo's empty chair, and ignored all the remarks and questions. Oh wait, does he actually know? He had enjoyed the Jorkos, even though he had been in the... Oh, he did know. Oh, that's so sad. It's like a joke, but it's also like... he's the only one that knows that he's actually leaving. That's kind of sad. Though he had been in the know. He had difficulty in keeping from laughter at the indignant surprise of the guests. But at the same time, he felt deeply troubled. He realized suddenly that he loved the old hobbit dearly. Most of the guests went on eating and drinking, discussing Bilbo Baggins' oddities, past and present, but the Saxon Bagginses had already departed in wrath. Frodo did not want to have any more to do with the party. He gave orders for more wine to be served, then he got up, drained his own glass, silently in the health of Bilbo, and slipped out of the pavilion. That's kind of sad, man. I mean, funny, ha ha ha, but like, yeah, he's leaving. Damn. I wonder if Sam knows. I don't think Sam knows. I don't think Sam's dad knew either. As for Bilbo Baggins, while he was making his speech, he had been fingering the golden ring in his pocket. His magic ring that he had kept secret for so many years. As he stepped down, he slipped it on his finger, and he was never seen by any hobbit in Hobbiton again. He walked briskly back to his hole, and stood for a moment listening with a smile in the din of the pavilion and the sound of merrymaking in other parts of the field. Then he went in, took off his party clothes, folded up and wrapped in tissue paper, his embroidered silk waistcoat, and put it away. Then he put on quickly some old, untidy garments and fastened around his waist an old leather belt. Oh shit. On it he hung a short sword and a battered black leather scabbard. From a locked drawer, smelling of mothballs, he took out the old cloak and hood. An old cloak and hood. Not the, well, it probably is the old cloak and hood. They had been locked up as they were very precious, but they were so patched and weather-stained that the original color could hardly be guessed. It might have been dark green. They were rather too large for him. Oh yeah, because they were made for dwarves. And then he went into his study, and from a large strong box took out a bundle wrapped in old clothes, a leather-bound manuscript, oh, The Hobbit, and also a large bulky envelope. The book and bundle he stuffed into the top of a heavy bag that was standing there, already nearly full. Into the envelope he slipped his golden ring and its fine chain, and then sealed it and addressed it to Frodo. At first he put it on the mantelpiece, but suddenly he removed it and stuck it in his pocket. At that moment the door opened and Gandalf came quickly in. Ooh. Which is crazy because I believe this is the... Not even in The Hobbit was he so affected by the ring, which is crazy. Well, I think that's because the necromancer's back now, right? Hello, said Bilbo. I wonder if you would turn up. I'm glad to find you visible, replied the wizard, sitting down in a chair. I wanted to catch you and have a few final words. Hold on, I gotta move the mic. I suppose you feel that everything has gone off splendidly and according to plan. Yes, I do, said Bilbo. I thought the flash was surprising. It quite startled me, let alone the others. A little addition of your own, I suppose. It was. You have wisely kept the ring secret all these years, and it seemed to me necessary to give your guests something else that would seem to explain your sudden vanishment. And would spoil my joke. You are interfering, old busybody, laughed Bilbo, but I expect you know best as usual. I do, when I know anything, but I don't feel too sure about this whole affair. It has now come to the final point. You've had your joke, and alarmed or offended most of your relations, and given the whole Shire something to talk about for 9 days, or 99 more likely. Are you going any further? Yes, I am. I feel I need a holiday, a very long holiday, as I have told you before. Probably a permanent holiday. I don't expect I shall return. In fact, I don't mean to. And I made all the arrangements. I am old, Gandalf. I don't look it, but I'm beginning to feel it in my hearts of hearts. Well preserved indeed, he snorted. Why, I feel all thin, sort of stretched. Oh, that's the ring, man. If you know what I mean, like butter has been scraped over too much bread. That can't be right. I need a change or something. Oh, that's how whoa, that's crazy. I just connected the dots there. That's how Gandalf knew he was being affected by the ring, and that the ring was more than just a regular ring. Gandalf looked curiously closely at him. No, it does not seem right, he said thoughtfully. No, after all, I believe your plan is probably the best. Well, I've made up my mind anyway, and I want to see mountains again, Gandalf. Mountains. And then find somewhere where I can rest. In peace and quiet, without a lot of relatives prying around, and a string of confounded visitors hanging on the bell. I might somewhere where I can finish my book. I've thought of a nice ending for it, and he lived happily ever after, to the end of his days. Gandalf laughed. I hope he will, but nobody will read the book, however it ends. Oh, they may, in years to come. Frodo has read some already, as far as it has gone. You'll keep an eye on Frodo, won't you? Yes, I will. 2 eyes as often as I can spare them. He would come with me, of course, if I asked him. In fact, he offered to once, just before the party. But he does not really want to yet. I want to see the wild country before I die, and the mountains. But he's still in love with the Shire, with woods, fields, and little rivers. He ought to be comfortable here. I'm leaving everything to him, of course, except for a few oddments. I hope he will be happy when he gets used to being on his own. It's time he was his own master now. Everything, St. Gandalf? The ring as well? You agreed to that, you remember? Well, yes, I suppose so, stammered Bilbo. Where is it? In an envelope, if you must know, said impatiently. There on the mantelpiece. Well, no, here it is in my pocket, he hesitated. Isn't that odd now? He said softly to his face. Yet after all, why not? Why shouldn't it stay there? Gandalf looked again very hard at Bilbo, and there was a gleam in his eyes. I think, Bilbo, he said quietly, I should leave it behind. Don't you want to? Well, yes and no. Now it comes to it, I don't like parting with it at all. I may say, and I don't really see why I should. Why do you want me to? He asked. A curious change came over his voice. It was sharp with suspicion and annoyance. You are always badgering me about my ring, but you have never bothered me about the other things that I got on my journey. No, but I had to badger you, said Gandalf. I wanted the truth. It was important. Magic rings are, well, magical, and they are rare and curious. I was professionally interested in your ring, I may say, and I still am. I should like to know where it is if you go wandering again. I also think you have had it quite long enough. You don't need it anymore, Bilbo, unless I am quite mistaken. Bilbo flushed, and there was an angry light in his eyes. His kindly face grew hard. Why not, he cried. What business of it is yours anyway? To know what I do with my own thing. It is my own. I found it. It came to me. Yes, but there's no need to get angry. If I am, it is your fault, said Bilbo. It is mine, I tell you, my own, my precious. Yes, my precious. The wizard's face remained grave and attentive, and only a flicker in his deep eyes showed that he was startled and indeed alarmed. It has been called that before, he said, but not by you. But I say it now, and why not? Even if Gollum said the same once, it's not his now, but mine. I shall keep it, I say. Gandalf stood up. He spoke sternly. You will be a fool if you do, Bilbo, he said. You make that clear with every word you say. It has got too much hold on you. Let it go, and then you can be yourself and be free. I'll do as I choose, and go as I please, said Bilbo honestly. Now, my dear hobbit, said Gandalf. All your long life we have been friends. And you owe me something. Come, do as you promised. Give it up. Well, if you want my ring yourself, say so, cried Bilbo. But you won't get it. I won't give my precious away, I tell you. His hand straight to the hilt. Oh, that's why Gandalf got pissed. No way, they didn't show that in the movie. His hand straight to the hilt of his small sword. Gandalf's eyes flashed. It will be my turn to get angry soon, he said. If you say that again, I shall. Then you shall see Gandalf the Grey uncloaked. He took a small step toward the hobbit. He seemed to grow tall and menacing. His shadow filled the little room. Bilbo backed away to the wall. Breathing hard, his hand clutching his pockets, they stood a while facing each other, and the air of the room tingled. Gandalf's eyes remained bent on the hobbit. Slowly his hands relaxed, and he began to tremble. I don't know what has come over you, Gandalf, he said. You have never been like this before. What is this all about? It is mine, isn't it? I found it, and Gollum would have killed me if I hadn't kept it. I'm not a thief, whatever he said. I never called you one, Gandalf answered, and I'm not one either. I'm not trying to rob you, but to help you. I wish you would trust me as you used to. Well, he didn't say to, but... He turned away and the shadow passed. He seemed to dwindle again to an old gray man. Ben trembled. Bilbo drew his hand over his eyes. I am sorry, he said, but I felt so queer, and yet it would be a relief in a way not to be bothered with it anymore. Well, this is the strength of the Hobbit, talking now. It has been so growing on my mind lately. Sometimes I felt it was like an eye looking at me. Was he? Wait. That's so obvious. What the fuck? And I'm always wanting to put it on and disappear. Don't you know? Or wondering if it's safe and pulling out to make sure. I tried locking it up, but I found I could not rest without it in my pocket. I don't know why, and I don't seem able to make up my mind. Then trust mine, said Gandalf. It is quite made up. Go away and leave it behind. Stop possessing it. Give it to Frodo. I will look after him. Bilbo stood for a moment tense and undecided. Presently he signed. All right, he said with an effort. I will.
Then he shrugged his shoulders and smiled ruefully. After all, that's what this party business is about, really. To give away lots of birthday presents and somehow make it easier to give it away at the same time. It hasn't made it any easier in the end, but it would be a pity to waste all my preparation. It would quite spoil the joke. Indeed, it would take away the only point I ever saw in the affair, said Gandalf. Oh. That's another crazy... Huh. That's kind of crazy. Indeed, it would take away the only point I ever saw in the affair. He knew he had the ring. Okay, very well, said Bilbo. Goes to Frodo with all the rest. He drew a deep breath, and now I really must be starting, or someone else will catch me. I have said goodbye, and couldn't bear it to do it all over again. He picked up his bag and went to the door. You still haven't got the ring in your pocket, said the wizard. Well, so I have, cried Bilbo. And my will and all the other documents too. You had better take it and deliver it for me. That will be safest. No, don't give the ring to me, said Gandalf. Put it on the mantelpiece. It will be safe enough there till Frodo comes. I shall wait for it. Bilbo took out the envelope, but just as he was about to set it on the clock, his hand jerked back, and the packet fell on the floor. Before he could pick it up, the wizard stooped and seized it and set it in its place. A spasm of anger passed swiftly over the hobbit's face again. Suddenly he gave way to a look of relief and laughed. Well, that's that, he said. Now I'm off. They went out into the hall. Bilbo chose his favorite stick from the stand. Then he whistled. 3 dwarves came out of the different rooms where they'd been busy. Is everything ready? Asked Bilbo. Everything packed and labeled. Everything, they answered. Again, that's not... They didn't show that either. Well then. Everything, they answered. Well, let's start then. He stepped out of the front door. It was a fine night, and the black sky was dotted with stars. He looked up, sniffing the air. What fun to be off again. Off on the road with dwarves. This is what I've really been longing for years. Goodbye, he said, looking at his own home, bowing to the door. Goodbye, Gandalf. Goodbye for the present, Bilbo. Take care of yourself. You are old enough and perhaps wise enough. Take care. I don't care. Don't you worry about me. I am happy now as I have ever been. And that is saying a great deal. But the time has come. I'm being swept off my feet at last, he added. And then in a low voice, as if to himself, he sang softly in the dark. The road goes ever on and on, down from the door where it began. Now far ahead the road has gone, and I must follow if I can, pursuing it with eager feet, until it joins some longer way, where many paths and errands meet, and whither then I cannot say. He paused silent for a moment, then without another word he turned away from the lights, voices in the fields and tents, and followed by his 3 companions, went round into his garden, and trotted down the long sloping path. He jumped over a low place in the hedge at the bottom, and took to the meadows, passing into the night like a rustle of the wind in the grass. Gandalf remained for a while, staring after him in the darkness. Goodbye, my dear Bilbo. Till our next meeting, he said softly, and went back indoors. Damn, he didn't even say bye to Frodo? Fuck. Frodo came in soon afterwards, found him sitting in the dark, deep in thought. Has he gone? He asked. Yes, said Gandalf. He has gone at last. I hoped until this evening that it was only a joke, said Frodo. But I knew in my heart that he really meant to go. He had always used to joke about serious things. I wish I had come back sooner just to see him off. I think he really preferred slipping off quietly in the end, said Gandalf. Don't be too troubled. He'll be alright now. He left a packet for you. There it is. Frodo took the envelope from the mantelpiece and glanced at it, but did not open it. You'll find his will and other documents in there, I think, said the wizard. You are the master of Bag End. And also, I fancy, you'll find a golden ring. The ring, exclaimed Frodo. Has he left me that? I wonder why. Still, it may be useful. It may, and it may not, said Gandalf. I should not make use of it if I were you, but keep it secret, keep it safe. Now I'm going to bed. Oh, he didn't leave. He didn't leave after he said that. I guess this is a crazy book to condense in. What was the runtime of that movie? 3 hours? Damn. I don't know if we'll get to chapter 3 then. How far are we on all this? Okay, that's fine. As master of Bag End, Frodo felt it. Wait, as master of Bag End, Frodo felt it his painful duty to say goodbye to the guest. Rumors of strange events had by now spread all over the field, but Frodo would only say, "No doubt everything will be cleared up in the morning." About midnight, carriages came for the important folk. One by one they rolled away, filled with full but very unsatisfied hobbits. Gardeners came by arrangement and removed in wheelbarrows those that had been inadvertently remained behind. Night slowly passed. The sun rose. The hobbits rose rather later. Morning and went on. People came and began, by orders, to clear away the pavilions and the tables and the chairs and the spoons and the knives and the bottles and the plates and the lanterns and the flowering shrubs and boxes and the crumbs and the cracker paper, the forgotten bags, gloves, and handkerchiefs, and the uneaten food, a very small item. Then a number of other people came without orders. Bagginses and boffins and bulgars and tooks and other guests that lived or were staying near. By midday, when even the best fed were out and about again, there was a large crowd at Bag End, uninvited but not unexpected. Frodo was waiting on the steps, smiling, but looking rather tired and worried. He welcomed all the callers. He had not much more to say than before. His reply to all inquiries were simply this: "Mr. Bilbo Baggins has gone away, as far as I know, for good." Some of the visitors he invited to come inside, as Bilbo has left messages for them. Inside the hall there was piled a large assortment of packages and parcels and small articles of furniture. On every item there was a label tied. And there were several labels of this sort. For Adelard took, for his very own from Bilbo, on an umbrella. Oh, this is what. Oh, okay. That's the second thing. So trains and umbrellas. On an umbrella. Adelard had carried off many unlabeled ones. Oh. For Dora Baggins, in memory of a long correspondence with love from Bilbo, a large wastepaper basket. Dora was Drogo's sister and the eldest surviving female relative of Bilbo and Frodo. She was 99 and had written reams of good advice for more than half a century. For Milo Burrows, hoping it would be useful from BB, on a gold pen and ink bottle. Milo never answered letters. For Angelica's use from Uncle Bilbo, on a round convex mirror. She was a young Baggins, and two obviously considered her face shapely. For the collection of Hugo Bracegirdle from a contributor on an empty bookcase. Hugo was a great borrower of books and worse than usual at returning them. For Lobelia Saxfield Baggins as a present on a case of silver spoons. Bilbo believed she had acquired a good many of the spoons while he was away on his former journey. Lobelia knew that quite well. When she arrived later that day, she took the point at once, but she also took the spoons. You fucking bitch. This was only a small selection of the assembled presents. Bilbo's residence had got rather cluttered up from the things in the course of his long life. There was a tendency of hobbit holes to get cluttered up, for which the custom of giving so many birthday presents was largely responsible. Not, of course, that the birthday presents were always new. There were one or two old mathams of forgotten uses that had circulated all around the district. But Bilbo had usually given new presents and kept those that he received. The old hole was now being cleared a little. Every one of the various parting gifts had labels, written out personally by Bilbo, and several had some point or some joke. But of course, most of the things were given where they would be wanted and welcome. The poorer hobbits, especially those of Bagshot Road, did very well. The old Gaffer Gamgee got 2 sacks of potatoes, a new spade, a woolen waistcoat, and a bottle of ointment for creaky joints. Old Rory Brandybuck, in return for so much hospitality, got 12 bottles of old Wynyards, a strong wet red wine from South Farthings, and now quite mature, as that had been laid down by Bilbo's father. Rory quite forgave Bilbo, and voted him a capital fellow after the first bottle. There was plenty of everything left for Frodo. And of course, all the cheap treasures as well as books, pictures, and more than enough furniture were left in his possession. There was, however, no sign or mention of money or jewelry. Not a penny piece or a glass bead was given him. The stuff he got from... Oh, the stuff he got from, Smog. Interesting. Frodo had a very trying time that afternoon. A false rumor that the whole household was being distributed free spread like wildfire. Before long, the place was packed with people who had no business there, but could not be kept out. Labels got torn off and mixed, and quarrels broke out. Some people tried to do swaps and deals in the hall, and others tried to make off with minor items not addressed to them, or with anything that seemed unwanted or unwatched. The road to the grate was blocked with barrows and hind carts. In the middle of the commotion, the Saxville Bagginses arrived. Frodo had retired for a while and left his friend Merry Brandybuck to keep an eye on things. When Ortho loudly demanded to see Frodo, Merry bowed politely. "He is indisposed," he said. "He is resting." "Hiding, you mean," said Lobelia. "Anyway, we want to see him, and we mean to see him. Just go and tell him so." Mary left them a long while in the hall, and they had time to discover their parting gifts of spoons. It did not improve their tempers. Eventually they were shown into the study. Frodo was sitting at a table with a lot of papers in front of him. He looked indisposed. To see Saxville Bagginses at any rate, and he stood up, fidgeted with something in his pocket, but he spoke... "Oh, the ring?" But he spoke quite politely. The Saxville Bagginses were rather offensive. They began by offering him bad bargain prices, as between friends, for various valuable and unlabeled things. When Frodo replied that the only things, especially directed by Bilbo, were given away, they said the whole affair was very fishy. "Only one thing is clear to me," said Ortho, "and that is you are doing exceedingly well out of it. I insist on seeing the will." "Who the fuck? You bitch ass, who the fuck are you?" Ortho would have been Bilbo's heir, if not for the adoption of Frodo. He read the will carefully and snorted. It was, unfortunately, very clear and correct, according to the legal custom of hobbits, which demand, among other things, 7 signatures of witnesses in red ink. "Bowed again," he said to his wife, and after waiting 60 years, "Spoons, fiddlesticks." He snapped his middle fingers under Frodo's nose and stumped off. But Lobelia was not easily got rid of. A little later, Frodo came out of the study to see how things were going, and found her still around the place, investigating nooks and corners and tapping the floors. He escorted her firmly off the premises. Okay, this is definitely based on something real. He escorted her firmly off the premises after he had relieved her of several small and rather valuable articles that had somehow fallen inside her umbrella. Her face looked as if she was in the throes of thinking out a really crushing parting remark, but all she found to say, turning around the step, was, "You'll live to regret it, young fellow. Why didn't you go too? You don't belong here. You're no Baggins. You're a Brandybuck." "Did you hear that, Mary?" "That was an insult, if you like," said Frodo as he shut the door on her. "It was a compliment," said Mary Brandybuck, "and of course not true." What a fucking bitch. Then they went around the table and evicted 3 young hobbits, two boffins and a bulger, who were knocking holes in the walls of one of the cellars. Frodo also had a tussle with a young Sancho Proudfoot, old Odo's Proudfoot's grandson, who had begun an excavation in the larger pantry, where he thought there was an echo. The legend of Bilbo's gold excited both curiosity and hope. For legendary gold, mysteriously obtained, if not positively ill-gotten, is, as everyone knows, anyone's for the finding, unless the search is interrupted. Jesus Christ. When he had overcome Sancho and pushed him out, Frodo collapsed on a chair in the hall. "It's time to close the shop, Mary," he said. "Lock the door and don't open it to anyone today. Not even if they bring a bat on him." Then he went to revive himself. Jesus Christ. That's so much foreshadowing. That's insane. Then he went to revive himself with a belated cup of tea. He had hardly sat down when then came a soft knock on the front door. Lobelia again, most likely, he thought. She must have thought of something really nasty and come to say it. It can wait. He went on his tea. The knock was repeated much louder. It took no notice. Suddenly the wizard's head appeared into the window. "If you don't let me in, Frodo, I shall blow your door right down your hole and through the hill," he said. "My dear Gandalf, half a minute," cried Frodo, running out of the room to the door. Come in, I thought it was Lobelia. I forgive you, but I saw her some time ago, driving a pony trap towards Bywater with a face that could have curled new milk. She really nearly curdled me, honestly. I nearly tried on Bilbo's ring. I longed to disappear. Don't do that," said Gandalf, sitting down. "Be careful of that ring, Frodo. In fact, it is partly about that I have come to say a last word." "Well, what about it? What do you know already?" Only what Bilbo told me. I have heard his story, how he found it and how he used it on his journey, I mean." "Which story, I wonder," said Gandalf. "Oh, not what he told the dwarves and put in his book," said Frodo. "He told me the true story soon after I came to live here. He said you have been pestering him till he told you, so I better know too. No secrets between us, Frodo," he said. "But they are not to go any further. It's mine anyway." What the fuck? That's interesting, said Gandalf. Well, what did you think of it all? If you mean inventing all that about a present, well, I thought the true story was much more likely, and I couldn't see the point of altering it at all. It was very unlike Bilbo to do so anyway. I thought it was rather odd. So did I, but odd things may happen to people that have such treasures if they use them. Let it be a warning to you to be very careful with it. It may have other powers than just making you vanish when you wish. I don't understand, said Frodo. Neither do I, answered the wizard. I have merely begun to wonder about the ring, especially since last night. No need to worry, but if you take my advice, you will use it very seldom or not at all. At least I beg you not to use it in any way that will cause talk or rouse suspicion. I say again, keep it safe and keep it secret. You are very mysterious. What are you afraid of? I am not certain, so I will say no more. I may be able to tell you something when I come back. I'm going off at once, so this is a goodbye for the present. He got up. Okay, so that is sus. I didn't know he wrote The Hobbit with the other version of what actually happened. That's crazy. At once, cried Frodo. Why, I thought you were staying for at least a week. I was looking forward to your help. I did mean to, but I have had to change my mind. I may be away for a good while. I'll come and see you again as soon as I can. Expect me when you see me. I shall slip in quietly. I shan't often be visiting the Shire openly again. I find that I have become rather unpopular. They say I'm a nuisance, a disturber of the peace. Some people are actually accusing me of spiriting Bilbo away, or worse. If you want to know, there's supposed to be a plot between you and me to get hold of his wealth. Some people, explained Frodo. You mean Ortho and Lobelia? How abominable. I would give them Bag End and everything else if I could get Bilbo back, and go out trampling in the country with him. I love the Shire, but I begin to wish somehow that I had gone too. I wonder if I ever see him again. Oh, so that's where... Oh, I guess Bilbo was wrong. Frodo wants to be out too. That's interesting. Alright. So do I, say Gandalf, and one or many other things. Goodbye now. Take care of yourself. Look out for me, especially at unlikely times. Goodbye. Frodo saw him to the door. He gave a final wave of his hand and walked off at a surprising pace. But Frodo thought the old wizard looked unusually bent, almost as if he was carrying a great weight. The evening was closing in, and his cloaked figure quickly vanished in the twilight. Frodo did not see him again for a long time. The Shadow of the Past. Chapter 2. The talk did not die down in 9 or even 99 days. The second disappearance of Mr. Bilbo Baggins was discussed in Hobbiton, and indeed all over the Shire, for a year and a day, and it was remembered much longer than that. It became a fireside story for young hobbits, and eventually Mad Baggins, who used to vanish with a bang and a flash and reappear with bags of jewels of gold, became a favorite character of legend and lived on long after all the true events were forgotten. Wait, how long is this chat? Hold on. We might have to actually stop. No. No, we can keep going. He became a favorite character of legend and lived on long after true events were forgotten. But in the meantime, the general opinion in the neighborhood was that Bilbo, who has always been rather cracked, yeah, he's cracked, huh? Had at last gone quite mad and had run off into the blue. There he had undoubtedly fallen into a pool or river or come to a tragic, but hardly an untimely end. The blame was mostly laid on Gandalf. Okay, yeah, this is definitely based on IRL. Something happened to IRL. It was, if only that dreaded wizard would leave young Frodo alone. Perhaps he'll settle down and grow some hobbit sense, they said. Fucking boomer speech in my goddamn fantasy novel. And to all appearance, they said, and to all appearance, the wizard did leave Frodo alone. And he did settle down. But the growth of hobbit sense was not very noticeable. The deed had once began to carry on Bilbo's reputation for oddity. He refused to go into mourning, and the next year he gave a party in Bilbo's honor of gave a party in honor of Bilbo's 112th birthday, which he called Hundredweight Feast. But that was short of the mark, for 20 guests were invited, and there were several meals at which it snowed food and rained drink, as Hobbit said. Some people were rather shocked, but Frodo kept up the custom of giving Bilbo's birthday party year after year, till they got used to it. He said that he did not think Bilbo was dead. When they asked where he is then, he shrugged, bitch, I don't know. He shrugged his shoulders. The fuck you asking me for? He lived alone, as Bilbo had done, but he had a good many friends, especially among the younger hobbits, mostly descendants of the old Took. who had as children been fond of Bilbo, and often in and out of Bag End. Falco Boffin and Frediger Bolger were two of these, but his closest friends were Peregrine Took, usually called Pippin, and Merry Brandybuck. His real name was Meriadoc, but that was seldom remembered. Frodo went trampling all over the Shire with them, but more often he wandered by himself. And to the amazement of sensible folk, he was sometimes seen far from home, walking in the hills. And he does not fuck with the Shire, bro. He's under the starlight. Merry and Pippin suspected that he visited the elves at times, as Bilbo had done. I wouldn't go that far. Are the elves even? I don't think the elves are there. As time went on, people began to notice that Frodo had showed signs of good preservation. Outwardly, he retained the appearance of a robust and energetic hobbit just out of his tweens. Some folks have all the luck, they said. But it was not until Frodo approached the usually more somber age of 50 that they began to think it queer. Frodo himself, after the first shock, found that being his own master and the Mr. Baggins of Bag End was rather pleasant. For some years he was quite happy, and did not worry much about the future. But half unknown to himself, the regret that he had not gone with Bilbo was steadily growing. Yeah, I could imagine. He found himself wandering at times, especially in the autumn, about the wildlands, and the strange visions of mountains he had never seen came into his dreams. He began to say to himself, "Perhaps I shall cross the river myself one day." To which the other half of his mind always replied, "Not yet. Not yet. Not today. Not yet." So it went on until his 40s were running out, and his 50th birthday was drawing near. 50 was a number that he felt was somehow significant, or ominous. It was, at any rate, at that age, that adventure had suddenly befallen Bilbo. Frodo began to feel restless, and the old paths seemed too well trodden. He looked at maps and wondered what lay beyond the edges. Maps made in the Shire showed mostly white spaces beyond its borders. He took to wandering further afield and more often by himself, and Merry and his other friends watched him anxiously. Often he was seen walking and talking with strange wayfarers that began at this time to appear in the Shire. Oh shit. Wait, does he know about the Rangers then? Or does the wayfarers just mean like random travelers? Where was I? There were rumors of strange things happening in the world outside. And as Gandalf had not at that time appeared or sent any message for several years, Frodo gathered all the news he could. Elves who... Oh, he dead-ass did talk to elves. Elves who seldom walked in the Shire could now be seen passing westward through the woods in the evening. Passing and not returning. But they were leaving Middle-earth and were no longer concerned of his troubles. They were, however, dwarves on the road in unusual numbers. The ancient east-west road ran through the Shire to its ends at the Grave Havens. The dwarves have always used it on their way to their mines in the Blue Mountains. They were the hobbits' chief source of news from distant parts, if they wanted any. As a rule, dwarves said little, and hobbits asked no more. But now Frodo often met strange dwarves of far countries, seeking refuge in the west. They were troubled, and some spoke in whispers of the enemy in the land of Mordor. Then that name the hobbits only knew in legends of the dark past, like a shadow in the background of their memories. But it was ominous and disquieting. It seemed that an evil power in Mirkwood had been driven out by the White Council, only to appear in greater strength in the old strongholds of Mordor. Is there... Hold on. Does he ever write about how they got him out of Mirkwood? Wait, what the fuck? When does this happen? Oh wow, they don't talk about, they talk about it in the appendix. So they never, what? They never mentioned that? So this is not written in any of the books. It's written in the Lord of the Rings Appendix B. Ah. Where is Appendix B? Where is Appendix B?
Wait, is this a whole separate book? What? Lord of the Rings Appendix A, Durin's Folk. Appendix B, The Third Age. And the Council of Elrond. Elrond. Oh. Elrond. What the fuck? That's okay. That's weird. So, is it in this book? Appendix? 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 Oh. Appendix? Is that in the back? Ooh, we got a lot of maps. Alright. Where were we? It seemed that the evil power of Mirkwood had been driven out by the White Council only to appear in greater strength in the old strongholds of Mordor. The Dark Tower had been rebuilt, it was said, and from there the power was spreading far and wide. And away far east and south there were wars and growing fear. Orcs were multiplying again in the mountains, trolls were abroad and no longer dull-witted, but cunning and armed with dreadful weapons. And there were murmured hints of creatures more terrible than all these, but they had no name. The Nazguls? The Balrog? No, not the Balrog. It had to be the Nazguls, right? Little of all this, of course, reached the ears of ordinary hobbits. But even the deafest, most stay-at-home began to hear queer tales, and those whose business took them to the borders saw strange things. The conversation in the Green Dragon at Baywater, one evening in the spring of Frodo's 50th year, showed that even in the comfortable heart of the Shire, rumors had been heard, though most hobbits still laugh at them. Sam Gamgee was sitting in one corner near the fire, and opposite him was Ted Sandyman, the miller's son. And there were various other rustic hobbits listening to their talk. Queer things you do hear these days, to be sure, says Sam. Ah, said Ted. You do if you listen, but I can hear fireside tales and children's stories at home if I want to. No doubt you can, returned Sam, and I dare say there's more truth in some of those than you reckon. Who invented the stories anyway? Take dragons now. No, thank you, said Ted. I won't. I heard tell of them when I was a youngster, but there's no call to believe in them now. There's only one dragon in Baywater, and that's green, he said, getting a general laugh. All right, said Sam, laughing at the rest. What about these treemen? The Ents? What? These treemen, these giants, you might call them. They do say that one bigger than a tree was seen up way on the north moors not long back. Who's they? My cousin Hal, for once. He worked for Mr. Boffin at Overhill, and goes up to the North Farding for the hunting. He saw one. Says he did, perhaps, or Hal's always been saying he see things, and maybe he see things that ain't there. This one was big, was as big as an elm tree and walking 7 yards in a stride. If it was an inch. Then I bet it wasn't an inch, and what he saw was an elm tree, like it as not. But this one was walking, I tell you. There ain't no elm tree on the North Moors. Then how can I have seen one, said Ted. There was some laughing and clapping. The audience seemed to think that Ted scored a point. All the same, said Sam, you can't deny that the others besides our Halifax have seen queer folk crossing the Shire. Crossing it, mind you.
There are more that are turned back at the borders. The Bounders have never been so busy before. And I've heard tell that elves are moving west. They do say they are going to the harbors, out away beyond the White Towers. Sam waved his arm vaguely. Neither he nor anyone knew how far it was to the sea, past the old towers beyond the western borders of the Shire. But it was an old tradition that away over there stood the great havens, from which, at times, elven ships set sail, never to return. They are sailing, sailing, sailing over the sea. They are going into the west and leaving us, said Sam, half chanting the words, shaking his head sadly and solemnly. But Ted laughed. Well, that isn't anything new, if you believe the old tales, and I don't see where it matters to me or you. Let them sail. But I worry you haven't seen them doing it, nor anyone else in the Shire. Well, I don't know, said Tim, thoughtfully. He believed he had once seen an elf in the woods, and still hoped to see more one day. Of all the legends he had heard in his early years, such fragments of tales and half-remembered stories about the elves as the hobbits knew, he always moved them most deeply. There are some even in these parts. As no, the fair folk get news of them, he said. There, Mr. Baggins now, that I work for. He told me that they were sailing and he knows a bit about elves. And old Mr. Bilbo knew more. Many's the talk I had with him when I was a little lad. Oh, they're both cracked, said Ted. Leastways old Bilbo was cracked and Frodo's cracking. If that's where you get your news from, you'll never be want for moonshine. Well, friends, I'm off home. Your good health, he drained his mug and went out noisily. Sam sat silent and said no more. He had a good tale to think about. For one thing, there was a lot to do up in Bag End Garden. And he would have a busy day tomorrow if the weather cleared. The grass was growing fast, but Sam had more in his mind than gardening. After a while, he sighed and got up and went out. It was early April, and the sky was now clearing with heavy rain. The sun was down, and a cool, pale evening was quietly fading into the night. He walked home when the early stars through Hobbiton and up the hill, whistling softly and thoughtfully. It's just at this time that Gandalf reappeared after his long absence, for 3 years after the party he'd been away. Then he paid Frodo a brief visit. Oh shit! And after taking a good look at him, he went off again. Oh, so he can. Okay. He was confirming that the other stuff that was happening to. That's probably what was going on. He was confirming which ring it was. The good thing about these Smirnoff screwdrivers, you can drink them while they're not cold. So good. For the next year or two, he had turned up fairly often, coming unexpectedly after oh wait, no, never mind, and going off again without warning before sunrise. He would not discuss his own business and journeys, and seemed chiefly interested in small news about Frodo's health and doings. Okay, so he is. But suddenly his visits had ceased. It was over 9 years since Frodo had seen or heard of him, and he had begun to think that the wizard would never return, and had given up all interest in hobbits. But that evening, as Sam was walking home and twilight was fading, there came the once familiar tap on the sturdy window. Frodo welcomed his own friend with surprise and great delight. They looked hard at one another. "Oh, well, said Gandalf. "You look the same as ever, Frodo." "So do you," Frodo replied, but he secretly thought that Gandalf looked older and more careworn. He pressed him for news of himself and of the wide world, and seemed they were deep in talk, and stayed up far into the night. Next morning, after a late breakfast, the wizard was sitting with Frodo by the open window of the study. A bright fire was on the hearth. The sun was warm, and the wind was in the south. Everything looked fresh, and the new green of spring was shimmering in the fields and on the tips of the trees' fingers. Gandalf was thinking of a spring, nearly 80 years before, when Bilbo had run out of Bag End without a handkerchief. Jesus Christ, 80 years. His hair was perhaps whiter than it had been then, and his beard and eyebrows were perhaps longer, and his face more lined with care and wisdom. But his eyes were as bright as ever, and he smoked that shit heavy, bro. And he blew smoke rings with some vigor and delight. He was smoking now in silence, for Frodo was sitting still, deep in thought. Even in the light of morning, he felt dark shadows of the tidings that Gandalf had brought. At last he broke the silence. Last night you began to tell me of strange things about my ring, Gandalf, he said, and then you stopped, because you said that such matters were best left until daylight. Don't you think you had better finish now? You say the ring is dangerous, far more dangerous than I guessed. In what way? In many ways, answered the wizard. It is far more powerful than I even dared to think at first. So powerful that in the end, it would utterly overcome anyone of mortal race who possessed it. They would possess him. In Aragon, long ago, many elven rings were made. Magic rings, as you call them, as they were, of course, of various kinds. Some more potent and some less. The lesser rings were only essays in the craft before it was full grown. And to the elven smiths, they were but trifles. Yet to my mind, dangerous for mortals. Yet still to my mind, dangerous for mortals. But the great rings, the rings of power, they were perilous. Immortal Frodo, who keeps one of the great rings, does not die. He does not grow or attain more life. He merely continues until at last every minute is weariness, and he often uses the ring to make himself invisible. He fades. He becomes, in the end, invisible permanently, and walks in the twilight under the eye of the dark power that rules the rings. Yes, sooner or later if he's strong or well-meaning to begin with, but neither strength nor good purpose will last. Sooner or later the dark power will devour him. How terrifying, said Frodo. There was another long silence. The sound of Sam Gamgee coming along came from the garden. How long have you known this? Asked Frodo at length. How much did Bilbo know? Bilbo knew no more than he told you, I'm sure, said Gandalf. He would certainly never have passed on to you anything that he thought would be in danger, even though I promised to look after you. He thought the ring was very beautiful and very useful at need, and if anything was wrong or queer, it was himself. He said that it was growing on his mind, and was always worrying about it, but he did not suspect that the ring itself was to blame. Though he had found out that the thing needed looking after, it did not seem always of the same size or weight. It shrank or expanded in odd ways, and might suddenly slip off the finger where it had been tight. Yes, he warned me of that in his letter, said Frodo, so I've always kept it on its chain. Wait, did the chain always come with the ring? No. Wait, did it? Wait, what? Now I don't know. That's a good question. Very wise, said Gandalf. But as for his long life, Bilbo never connected it with the ring at all. He took all the credit of that himself, and he was very proud of it, though he was getting restless and uneasy. Thin and stretched, he said. A sign that the ring was getting control. Oh, I see now. Okay. How long have you known all this? Asked Frodo again. Known, Gandalf. I have known much that only the wise know, Frodo. But if you mean known about this ring, well, I still did not even know. One might say, there's a last test to make, but I no longer doubt my guess. When did I first begin to guess? He mused, searching back his memory. Let me see. It was in the year that the White Council drove the dark power from Mirkwood. Just before the battle of the five armies, that Bilbo found his ring. A shadow fell on my heart then, though I did not know what yet I feared. I wondered often how Gollum came by a great ring. As plain as it was, at least, was clear from the first. Then I heard Bilbo's strange story of how he won it, and I could not believe it. When I at last got the truth out of him, I saw at once that he'd been trying to put his claim to the ring beyond doubt. Much like Gollum with his birthday present, the lies were too much alike for my comfort. Clearly the ring had an unwholesome power that set to work on its keeper at once. That was the first real warning I had that not all was well. Okay, I see. I told Bilbo often that such rings were left unused, but he resented it, and soon got angry. There was little else that I could do. I could not take it from him without doing greater harm, and I had no right to do so anyway. I could only watch and wait, and might perhaps have consulted Saruman the White, but something always held me back. Who is he? I've never heard of him before. Maybe not, answered Gandalf. Habits are, or were, no concern of his. Yet he is great among the wise. He is the chief of my order and the head of the council. His knowledge is deep, but his pride has grown with it, and he takes ill any meddling. The lore of the elven rings, great and small. Oh, see? He doesn't say elfish. He says elven rings. Great and small in his province. He has long studied it, seeking the lost secrets of their making, but when the rings were debated in the council, all that he could reveal to us of his ring lord told against my fears, so my doubts slept but uneasily. Still I watched and waited. And all seemed well with Bilbo in years past. Yes, they passed, and they seemed not to touch him. He showed no signs of age. The shadow fell on me again, but I said to myself, after all, he comes of a long-lived family on his mother's side. There's still time yet. Wait. And I waited until that night when he left his house. He said and did things then that filled me with fear that no words of Saruman could allay. I knew at last that something dark and deadly was at work, and I have spent most of the years since then finding out the truth of it. There wasn't any permanent harm done, was there? Said Frodo anxiously. He would get all right in time, wouldn't he? Be able to rest in peace, I mean. He felt better at once, said Gandalf, but there's only one power in this world that knows all about the rings and their effects, and as far as I know, there is no power in the world that knows all about hobbits. Among the wise, I am the only one that goes in for hobbit lore, an obscure branch of knowledge, but full of surprises. Soft as butter they can be, and yet sometimes as tough as old tree roots. I think it's likely that some will resist the ring far longer than most of the wise would believe. I don't think you need to worry about Bilbo. That is true, though. That's a good question, though, Frodo. Hopefully he's okay. Of course, he possessed the ring for many years and used it, so it might take a long while for the influence to wear off before it was safe for him to see it again, for instance. Otherwise, he might live on for years quite happily, just stop as he was when he parted with it, for he gave it up in the end of his own accord. An important point. Oh, that's tough. No, I was not troubled about dear Bilbo anymore, once he had let go of the thing. It is for you that I feel responsible. Yeah, because, oh man, because I guess the adventures of The Hobbit kind of helped him, you know. Yeah, that's crazy. Ever since Bilbo left, I have been deeply concerned about you and about all these charming, absurd, helpless hobbits. It would be a grievous blow to the world if the dark power overcame the Shire. If all your kind, jolly, stupid Bulgars, Hornblowers, Boffins, Bracegirdles, and the rest, not to mention the ridiculous Bagginses, became enslaved. Frodo shuddered. But why should we be, he asked. And why should he want such slaves? To tell you the truth, replied Gandalf, I believe that Hitherto mark you. What? He has entirely overlooked the existence of hobbits. You should be thankful. But your safety has passed. He does not need you. He has many more useful servants, but he won't forget you again. And hobbits, as miserable slaves, would please him far more than hobbits happy and free if there was a thing as malice and revenge. Revenge, said Frodo. Revenge for what? I still don't understand what it has to do with Bilbo, myself, and our ring. It has everything to do with this, said Gandalf. You do not know the rope peril yet, but you shall. I was not sure of it myself when I was last here, but the time has come to speak. Give me the ring for a moment. Frodo took it from his breeches pocket, where it was clasped in a chain that hung from his belt. He unfastened it and handed it slowly to the wizard. It felt suddenly very heavy, as if either it or Frodo himself was in some way reluctant for Gandalf to touch it. Gandalf held it up. It looked to be made of pure and solid gold. Can you see any markings on it? He said. No, said Frodo. There are none, and it's quite plain, and it never shows a scratch or sign of wear. Well then, look. To Frodo's astonishment and distress, the wizard threw it suddenly in the middle of a glowing corner of the fire. Frodo gave a cry and groped for the tongs, but Gandalf held back. Wait, he said in a commanding voice, giving Frodo a quick look from under his bristling brows. No apparent change came over the ring. After a while, Gandalf got up and closed the shutters outside the window and drew the curtains. The room became dark and silent, though the clack of Sam's shears, now near to the windows, could still be heard faintly from the garden. For a moment the wizard stood looking at the fire, then he stooped and removed the ring to the hearth with tongs, and at once picked it up. Frodo gasped. "It is quite cool," said Gandalf. "Take it." Frodo received it on his shrinking palm. It seemed to have become thicker and heavier than ever. "Hold it up," said Gandalf, "and look closely." As Frodo did so, he now saw fine lines, finer than the finest pen strokes running across the ring. Outside and inside, lines of fire that seemed to form letters of a flowing script. They shone piercingly bright and yet remote, as if out of a great depth. "I cannot read the fiery letters," said Frodo in a quavering voice. "No, but I can." The letters... Oh, he does say Elfish. Oh, come on, dude. The letters are Elven, of an ancient mode, but the language is that of Mordor, which I could not utter here. But this is in the common tongue, is what is said, close enough. One ring to rule them all, one ring to find them, one ring to bring them all, and in the darkness bind them. It is only 2 lines of a verse long known in Elven. 3 rings for the Elven kings under the sky, 7 for the dwarf lords in their halls of stone, 9 for the mortal men doomed to die, 1 for the Dark Lord on his dark throne, in the land of Mordor where the shadows lie. 1 ring to rule them all, 1 ring to find them, 1 ring to bring them all, and in the darkness bind them, in the land of Mordor where the shadows lie. God damn. Bars. He paused and then slowly in a deep voice. This is the Master Ring. The 1 ring to rule them all. This is the 1 ring that he lost many ages ago to the great weakening of his power. He greatly desires it, but he must not get it. Frodo sat silent and motionless. Fear seems to stretch out in a vast hand, like a dark cloud rising from the east, going up to engulf him. "This ring," he stammered. "How on earth did it how did it come to me?" Yeah, that's a long story. Ah, said Gandalf. That is a very long story. The beginnings lie back in the Black Years, which only the lore masters now remember. If I were to tell you that tale, we should still be sitting here when spring had passed into winter. But last night, I told you of Sauron the Great, the Dark Lord. The rumors that you heard are true. He has indeed arisen again, and left his hold in Mirkwood, and returned to his ancient fastness in the Dark Tower of Mordor. That name even you hobbits have heard of, like a shadow on the borders of old stories. Always after a defeat and a respite, the shadow takes another shape and grows again. I wish it need not happen in my time, said Frodo. So do I, said Gandalf. So do all who live to see such times. It is not for them to decide. All we have to decide is what to do with the time that is given to us. And already, Frodo, our time is beginning to look black. Or bleak. Or I guess black. The enemy is fast becoming very strong. His plans are far from ripe, I think, but they are ripening. We shall be hard put to it. We should be very hard put to it, even if we were not for his dreadful chance. The enemy still lacks one thing to give him his strength and knowledge to beat down all resistance. Break the last defenses and cover all the lands in the second darkness. He lacks the 1 ring. The 3, fairest of all, the elf lords hid from him, and his hand never touched them or sullied them. 7 the dwarf kings possessed, but 3 he has recovered, and the others the dragons have consumed. 9 he gave to the mortal men, proud and great, and so ensnared them. Long ago they fell under the dominion of the 1, and they became ring wraiths, shadows under his great shadow, his most terrible servants. Long ago, it is many a year since the 9 walked abroad, yet who knows, as the shadow grows once more, they too may walk again. But come, we will not speak of such things, even in the morning of the Shire. So it is now that the 9s have gathered to himself, the 7 also, or else they are destroyed. 3 are hidden still, but that no longer troubles him. He only needs the 1, for he made that ring himself. It is his, and he let a great part of his own former power pass onto it, so that he could rule all the others. If he recovers it, then he will command them all again, wherever they may be, even the 3. And all that has ever been wrought with them will be laid bare, and we will be stronger than ever. And this is the dreadful chance, Frodo. He believed that the 1 had perished, and that the elves had destroyed it, as should have been done. Like he knows now that it's not perished, that has been found. So he is seeking it, and all of his thought is bent on it. It is his great hope and our great fear. Why wasn't it destroyed? Cried Frodo. How did the enemy ever come to lose it if he's so strong, and it was so precious to him? He clutched the ring in his hands, as if he saw already dark fingers stretching out to seize it. It was taken from him, said Grandolph. The strength of the elves to resist him was greater long ago, and not all men were estranged from them. The men of the Westernese came to their aid. That is a chapter of ancient history which might be good to recall, for there was sorrow then too, and gathering dark, but great valor, and great deeds that were not wholly vain. One day perhaps I'll tell you the tale, all the tale. You shall hear it told in full by one who knows it best. But for the moment, since most of all you need to know how this thing came to you, and that is a tell enough. This is all I will say. It was Gil-galad, Elven King of Elendil, of Westernese, who overthrew Sauron, though they themselves perished in the deed. And Isildur's Elendil's son cut the ring from Sauron's hands and took it for his own. Then Sauron was vanquished, and his spirit fled and was hidden for long years until his shadow took shape in Mirkwood. But the ring was lost. It fell into the great river Anduin and vanished. For Isildur was marching north along the east banks of the river, and near the Glen of Fears, he was waylaid by orcs of the mountain, and almost all his folks were slain. He leapt into the waters, but the ring slipped from his finger as he swam, and the orcs saw him and killed him with arrows. Gandalf paused. And there in the dark pools, amid the Gladden fields, he said, the ring passed out of knowledge and legend, and even so much of its history is known now only to a few, and the council of the wise could discover no more. But at last I can carry on the story, I think. Long after, but still very long ago, there lived by the banks of the great river on the edge of Wilderland a clever-handed and quiet-footed little people. I guess they were of hobbit kind, akin to the fathers of the Stores, for they loved the river and often swam in it, or made little boats of reeds. There was among them a family of high repute, for it was large and wealthier than most, and it was ruled by a grandmother of the folk, stern and wise in old lore such as they had. The most inquisitive and curious-minded of the family was called Smeagol. He was interested in roots and beginnings. He dived into deep pools and burrowed under trees and growing plants. He tunneled into green mounds, and he ceased to look up at the hilltops or the leaves on trees or the flowers opening in the air. His head and eyes were downward. He had a friend called Deagle, of a similar sort, sharper-eyed but not so quick and strong. On a time they took a boat and went down to the Gladen fields, where there were a great bed of iris and flowering reeds. There Smeagol got out and went nosing about the banks, but Deagle sat in the boat and fished. Suddenly a great fish took his hook, and before he knew where he was dragged out and drowned into the water to the bottom, where he let go of his line, for he thought he saw something shining in the riverbed, and holding his breath and grabbed at it. Then he came up spluttering, with weeds in his hair and a handful of mud, and he swam to the bank, and behold, when he washed the mud away, there in his hand lay a beautiful glowing ring, and it shone and glittered in the sun, so that his heart was glad. But Smeagol had been watching him from behind a tree, and as Deagle gloated over the ring, Smeagol came up softly behind him. "Give us that, Deagle, my love," said Smeagol over his friend's shoulder. "Why?" said Deagle. "'Cause it's my birthday, my love, and I wants it," said Smeagol. "I don't care, Deagle. I have given you a present already, more than I could afford. I found this, and I'm going to keep it." "Oh, are you indeed, my love," said Smeagol, and he caught Deagle by the throat and strangled him, because the gold looked so bright and beautiful. Then he put the ring on his finger. No one ever found out what had become of Deagle. He was murdered far from home, and his body was cunningly hidden. But Smeagol returned alone, and he found that none of his family could see him. when he was wearing the ring. He was very pleased with his discovery and concealed it. He used it to find out secrets, and he put his knowledge to crooked and malicious uses. He became sharp-eyed and keen-eared for all that was hurtful. The ring had given him power according to his stature. It is not to be wondered that he became very unpopular and was shunned, when visible, by all his relations. They kicked him and he bit their feet. He took to thieving and going about muttering to himself and gurgling in his throat. So they called him Gollum, and cursed him and told him to go far away. So Gollum is the noise he makes. And his grandmother, desiring peace, expelled him from the family and turned him out of her hole. He wandered in loneliness, weeping a little for the hardness of the world, and he journeyed up the river till he came to a stream that flowed down from the mountains, and he went that way. He caught fish in deep pools and invisible fingers and ate them raw. One day it was very hot, and as he was bending over a pool, he felt a burning on the back of his head, and a dazzling light from the water painted his eyes wet. He wondered at it, for he had almost forgotten about the sun. Then for the last time he looked up and shook his fist at her. Her? That's interesting. But as he lowered his eyes, he saw far above the tops of the misty mountains of which the steam came. And he thought suddenly, it would be cool and shady under those mountains. The sun could not watch me there, and the roots of those mountains must be roots indeed. There must be great secrets buried there which have not been discovered since the beginning. So he journeyed by night up into the highlands, and he found a little cave out which the dark stream ran. And he wormed his way like a maggot in the heart of the hills, and vanished out of all knowledge. The ring went into the shadows with him, and even the Maker, where his power had begun to grow, could learn nothing of it. Gollum, cried Frodo. Gollum, you mean that this is the very Gollum creature Bilbo met? How loathsome. I think it is a very sad story, said the wizard, and it might have happened to others, even to some hobbits that I have known. I can't believe Gollum was connected to connected with hobbits. However distantly, said Frodo with some heat. What an abominable notion. It is true all the same, said Gandalf. About their origins, at any rate, I know more about hobbits than hobbits. Oh, I know more than hobbits do themselves. And even Bilbo's story suggested the kingship. There was a great deal in the background of their minds and memories that were very similar. They understood one another remarkably well, very much better than a hobbit would understand, say, a dwarf or an orc or even an elf. I think of the riddles they both knew, for one thing. Yes, said Frodo. Though other folks beside hobbits ask riddles, and of much the same sort, and hobbits don't cheat. Gollum meant to cheat all the time. He was just trying to put poor Bilbo off his guard, and I dare say it amused his wickedness to start a game, which might end in providing him with an easy victim, but if he lost, would not harm him. Only too true, I fear, said Gandalf. But there was something else in it that I think, which you don't see yet. Even Gollum was not mortally wounded. He had proved tougher than even one of the wise would have guessed, as a hobbit might. There was a little corner in his mind that was still his own, and light came through it, as though a chink in the dark. What the No, that's a terrible sentence. Light out of the past. It was actually pleasant, I think, to hear a kindly voice again, bringing up memories of wind, trees, and sun on the grass and such forgotten things. But that, of course, would only make the evil part of him angry in the end. Unless it could be conquered. Unless it could be cured. Gandalf sighed. Alas, there is little hope of that for him. Yet not no hope. No. Not though he possessed the ring so long, almost as far back as he can remember. For it was long since he had worn it much. In the black darkness, it was seldom needed. Certainly he had... Oh, yeah, because he never actually needed to put it on. Certainly he had never faded. He is thin and tough still. But the thing was eating up his mind, of course. And the torment had become almost unbearable. All the great secrets of the mountains have turned out to be just empty night. There was nothing more to find out, nothing worth doing. Only a nasty, furtive eating and resentful remembering. He was altogether wretched. He hated the dark and he hated the light more. He hated everything and the ring most of all. Wait, what? What do you mean? Surely the ring was his precious and the only thing he cared for. But if he hated it, why didn't he get rid of it? Or go away and leave it? You ought to begin to understand, Frodo. After all you have heard, Singed. He hated it and loved it, as he had hated and loved himself. He could not get rid of it. He had no will left in the matter. Oh, I see. A ring of power looks after itself, Frodo. It may slip off treacherously, but its keeper never abandons it. At most, he plays with the idea of handing it on to someone else's care, and that only at an earlier stage when it first begins to grip. But as far as I know, Bilbo alone in history has ever gone beyond playing, and really done it. He needed all my help too, and even so, he would have never just forsaken it or cast it aside. It was not Gollum, Frodo, but the ring itself that decided things. The ring left him. What? Just in time to meet Bilbo? Said Frodo. Wouldn't an orc have suited it better? It is no laughing matter, said Gandalf. Not for you, it was the strangest event in the whole history of the ring so far. Bilbo's arrival just at that time and putting his hand on it, blindly in the dark. There was more than one power at work, Frodo. The ring was trying to get back to his master. It had slipped from Isildur's hand and betrayed him. Then when a chance came, it caught poor Deagle, and he was murdered. And after that, Gollum, and it had devoured him. It could make no further use of him. He was too small and mean, and as long as it stayed with him, he would never leave his deep pool again. Wow, so if this whole thing could have been avoided if we let Smeagol keep his fucking... That's crazy. Because he would have never left the cave. The ring could have never convinced him to leave the cave. That's crazy. So now, when its master was awake once more and sending out his dark thought homework away, it abandoned Gollum, only to be picked up by the most unlikely person imaginable, Bilbo from the Shire. Beyond that, there was something else at work, beyond any design of the Ringmaker. I could put it no plainer than by saying that Bilbo was meant to find the ring, and not by its maker. In which case, you were also meant to have it. And that may be an encouraging thought. Fuck no. Fuck no. Fuck no, said Bilbo. Said Frodo. No, I'm not sure that I understand you, but how have you learned all this about the ring and about Gollum? Do you really know it all, or are you just guessing still? Gandalf looked at Frodo, and his eyes glinted. I knew much, and I have learned much, he said, but I'm not going to give an account of all my doings to you. The history of Elendil and Isildur and the One Ring is known to all the wise. Your ring is shown to be that of the One Ring by writing alone, apart from any other evidence. And when did you discover that? Asked Frodo, interrupting. Just now in this room, of course, he answered the wizard sharply. But I expected to find it, and I have come back from dark journeys and long search to make the final test. It is the last proof, and all is now only too clear. Making out Gollum's part and filling in the gaps of history required some thought. I may have started with guesses about Gollum, but I'm not guessing now. I know, and I have seen him. You have seen Gollum? Exclaimed Frodo in amazement. Yes, the obvious thing to do, of course, if one could. I tried long ago, but I have managed it at last. Then what happened after Bilbo escaped from him? Do you know what? Not so clearly. What I have told you is what Gollum was willing to tell, though not, of course, in the way I had reported it. Gollum is a liar, and you have to sift his words. For instance, he called the ring his birthday present, and he stuck to that. He said it came from his grandmother, who had lots of beautiful things of that kind. A ridiculous story. I have no doubt that Smeagol's grandmother was a matriarch, a great person in a way, but to talk of her possessing many elven rings was absurd, and for giving them away, it was a lie. But a lie with a grain of truth. The murder of Deagle haunted Gollum. and he had made up a defense, repeating it to his precious over and over again, as he gnawed bones in the dark until he almost believed it. It was his birthday. Diego ought to have given the ring to him. It had previously turned up just so as to be a present. It was his birthday present, so on and on. I endured him as long as I could, but the truth was desperately important, and in the end, I had to be harsh. I put the fear of fire on him and wrung the true story out of him, bit by bit, together with much sneering and snarling. He thought he was misunderstood and ill-used, but when he had last told me the history, as far as the end of the riddle game and Bilbo's escape, he would not say any more, except in dark hints. Some other fear was on him greater than mine. He muttered that he was going to get his own back. People would see if he would stand being kicked and driven into a hole and then robbed. Gollum had good friends now, good friends, very strong, and they would help him. Baggins would pay for it. That's what his chief thought. He hated Bilbo and he cursed his name. What is more, he knew where he came from. What the fuck? But how did he find that out? Asked Frodo. Well, as for the name, Bilbo very firstly told Gollum himself. And after that, it would not be difficult to discover his country once Gollum came out. Oh yes, he came out. His longing for the ring proved stronger than his fear of the orcs or even the light. After a year or two, he left the mountains, you see. Though still bound by the desire of it, the ring was no longer devouring him. He began to revive a little. He felt old, terribly old, yet less timid, and he was mortally hungry. Light of sun and moon, he still feared and hated, and he always will, I think. But he was cunning. He found he could hide from daylight and moonshine, and make his way swiftly across, swiftly and softly by the dead of night with his pale, cold eyes, and catch small, frightened, or unwary things. He grew stronger and bolder with new food and new air. He found his way into Mirkwood, as one would expect. Is that where you found him? Asked Frodo. I saw him there, said Gandalf. But before he had wandered far, following Bilbo's trail, it was difficult to learn anything from him for certain. For his talk was constantly interrupted by curses and threats. What had it got in his pockets, he said. I wouldn't say no, precious. A little cheap, not a fair question. It cheated first, it did. It broke the rules. We ought to have squeezed it, yes, precious, and we will, precious. That is a sample of his talk. I don't suppose you want any more. I had weary days of it. But from hints dropped among the snarls, I even gathered that his padding feet, I take him at last to Esgaroth, and even to the streets of Dale, listening secretly and peering. Oh, so he was around people. Well, the news of the great events went far and wide into the Wildland, and many have heard Bilbo's name and knew where he came from. We had made no secret of our return journey to his home in the west. Gollum's sharp ears would have soon learned what he wanted. Oh, so he wasn't tortured by it. Okay, that's an interesting. Interesting tidbit. Okay, where do we go? Then why didn't he track Bilbo further to Exford? Why didn't he come to the Shire? Also, Gandalf, now we come to the... I think Gollum tried to. He set out and came back westward as far as the Great River, but then he turned aside. He was not daunted by distance, I am sure. No, something else drew him away. So my friends think, those that hunted him for me. The Wood Elves tracked him first, an easy task for them. For his trail was still fresh then. Through Mirkwood and back it led them. Though they never caught him, the wood was full of rumor of him, and dreadful tales even among beasts and birds. The woodsman said that there was some new terror abroad, a ghost that drank blood. It climbed trees to find nests, it crept into holes to find the young, and slipped through windows to find cradles. But at the cradles, what? But at the western edge of Mirkwood, the trail turned away, and wandered off southwards and passed out of the Wood Elves' ken, and was lost. And then I made a great mistake, Frodo. Yes, Frodo, and not the first, though I fear it may prove the worst. I let the matter be. I let him go, for I had much else to think of at the time, and I still trusted the lore of Saruman. Well, that was years ago. I have paid for it since with many dark and dangerous days. The trail was long and cold, and I took it up again. After Bilbo left here, and my search would have been in vain but for the help that I had from a friend, Aragorn, the greatest traveler and huntsman this age of the world. Together we sought for Gollum down the whole length of the Wildland Lane without hope and without success. But at last, when I had given up the chase and turned to other parts, Gollum was found. My friend returned out of the great perils, bringing the miserable creature with him. What he has been doing he would not say. He only wept and called us cruel, with only a Gollum in his throat. And when we pressed him, he whined and cringed, and rubbed his long hands, licking his fingers as if they pained him, as if he remembered some old torture. But I'm afraid there is no possible doubt. He had made his slow and slinking way, step by step, mile by mile, south down at last to the land of Mordor. Holy shit. A heavy silence fell in the room. Frodo could hear his heart beating. Even outside, everything was still. No sign of Sam's cheers could now be heard. Yes, to Mordor, said Gandalf. Alas, Mordor draws all wicked things, and the dark power was bending all of its will to gather them there. The ring and the enemy would leave its mark too, leave him open to the summons. And all folk were whispering then of the new shadow in the south, and its hatred of the west. There were his 5 new friends who would help him in his revenge. Wretched fool. In that land he would learn much, too much for his comfort, and sooner or later he lurked in pride at the borders. He would be caught and taken for examination. That was the way of it, I fear. When he was found, he had already been there long, and was on his way back, on some errand of mischief. But that does not matter much now. His worst mischief was done. Yes, alas, through him the enemy has learned that the one has been found again. He knows where Isildur fell. He knows where Gollum found his ring. He knows that it is the great ring where he gave long life. He knows that it's not one of the 3, for they have never been lost, and they endure no evil. He knows that it's not one of the 7 or the 9, for they are accounted for. He knows that it is the one, and has at last heard, I think, of hobbits and the Shire. The Shire, he may be seeking it for now, if he has not already found out where it lies. Indeed, I fear, Frodo, he may even think that the long, unnoticed name of Baggins has become important. But this is terrible, cried Frodo. Far worse than the worst that I imagined from your hits and mornings. Oh, Gandalf, best of friends, what am I to do? For now I'm really afraid. What am I to do? What a pity that Bilbo did not stab the vile creature when he had a chance. Pity? It was pity that stayed his hand. Pity and mercy. Not to strike without need. He was well rewarded, Frodo. But sure that he took so little hurt from the evil and escaped in the end, because began his ownership of the ring with pity. I am sorry, but I am frightened, and I do not feel any pity for Gollum. You have not seen him, Gandalf broke in. Nor do I want to, said Frodo. I can't understand you. Do you mean to say that you and the elves let him live on after all those terrible deeds? Not at the rate. He is as bad as an orc, and just an enemy. He deserves death. Deserves it? I dare say he does. Many that live deserve death, and some that die deserve life. Can you give it to them? Then do not be too eager to deal out death and judgment, for even the very wise cannot see all ends. I have not much hope that Gollum can be cured before he dies, but there is a chance of it, and he is bound up with the fate of the ring. My heart tells me that he has some part to play yet, for good or ill, before the end, and when that time comes, the pity of Bilbo may rule the fate of many. Yours, not least. In any case, we did not kill him. He is very odd and very wretched, and the wood elves have him in prison, but they treat him with such kindness as they can find in their wise hearts. All the same, said Frodo, even if Bilbo could not kill Gollum, I wish he had not kept the ring. I wish he had never found it. Man, I have not got it. Why did you let me keep it? Why didn't you make me throw it away or destroy it? Let you? Make you? Said the wizard. Haven't you been listening to all that I have said? You are not thinking of what you are saying, but as far as throwing it away, that was very obviously wrong. These rings have a way of being found. In evil hands, it might have done great evil. Worst of all, it might have fallen into the hands of the enemy. Indeed, it certainly would, for this is the one, and he exerted all his power to find it and draw it into himself. Of course, my dear Frodo, it was dangerous for you, and that has troubled me deeply. There's so much at stake, and I had to take some risk. Even when I was far away, there's never been a day when the Shire has not been guarded by watchful eyes. As long as you ever used it, I did not think the ring would have any lasting effect on you. Not for evil. Not at any rate for a very long time. And you must remember that 9 years ago when I last saw you, I still knew little for certain. But why not destroy it, as you say? Shouldn't have been done a long time ago, cried Frodo again. If you had warned me or even said you managed, I would have done away with it. Would you? How would you do that? Have you ever tried? No, but I suppose one could hammer it or melt it. Try, said Gandalf. Try now. Frodo drew the ring out of his pocket again and looked at it, and now it appeared clean and smooth, without mark or device that he could see. The gold looked very fair and pure, and Frodo thought how rich and beautiful was its color, and how perfect its roundness. It was an admirable thing, and altogether precious. When he took it out, he had intended to fling it from him into the very hottest part of the fire. But he found out that he could not do so, not without great struggle. He weighed the ring in his hand and hesitating and forcing himself to remember all that Gandalf had told him. And then with an effort of will he made a movement, as if to cast it away, but he found that he had put it back in his pocket. Gandalf laughed grimly. You see, already you too, Frodo, cannot easily let it go, nor will to damage it. And I could not make you, except by force, which would break your mind. But as for breaking the ring, force is useless. Even if you took it and struck it with a heavy sledgehammer, it would not make no dent in it. It cannot be unmade by your hands or by mine. Your small fire force could not melt even ordinary gold. The ring has already passed through it unscathed and even unheated. There is no smith forge in the Shire, but there is no smith's forge in the Shire that could have changed it at all. Not even the anvils and the furnaces of the doors could do that. It had been said that the dragon fire could melt and consume the rings of power, but there is not now any dragon left on Earth in which the old fire is hot enough. Nor was there ever any dragon, not even Encalagan the Black, who could have harmed the One Ring, for that was made by Sauron himself. There's only one way to find the cracks of doom in the depths of Odoldun, the Fire Mountain, and cast the ring in there. If you really wish to destroy it, to put it beyond the grasp of the enemy forever. I do really wish to destroy it, cried Frodo. To have it destroyed. I am not made for perilous quest. I wish I'd never seen the ring. Why did it come to me? Why was I chosen? Such questions cannot be answered, said Gandalf. You may be sure that it was not for any merit that others do not possess. Nor for power or wisdom at any rate. But you have been chosen, and you must therefore use such strength and heart and wits as you have. But I have so little of any of these things. You're wise and powerful. Will you not take the ring? No, cried Gandalf, springing to his feet. With that power, I should have power too great and terrible. And over me the ring would gain a power still greater and more deadly. His eyes flashed, and his face was lit as by a fire within. Do not tempt me, for I do not wish to become like the Dark Lord himself. Yet the way of the ring to my heart is by pity for weakness, and desire of strength to do good. Do not tempt me. I dare not take it, not even to keep it safe, unused. The wish to wield it would be too great for my strength. I have such need of it. I shall have such need of it. Great perils lie before me. He went to the window and drew aside the curtains and the shutters. Sunlight streamed back again to the room. Sam passed along the path outside whistling. And now, said the wizard, turn your back on Frodo. The decision lies with you, but I will always help you. He laid his hand on Frodo's shoulder. I'll help you bear this burden, as long as it's yours to bear. Oh, so it doesn't say that on Elrond's console. Maybe we must do something soon. The enemy is coming. There was a long silence. Gandalf sat down and puffed his pipe. As if lost in thought, his eyes seemed closed, but under the lids he was watching Frodo intently. Frodo gazed fixedly at the red embers of the hearth until they filled all his vision. And he seemed to be looking down into profound wells of fire. Oh shit, I'm getting super sleepy. I might have to take a nap. I might leave the stream running, but I might have to take a nap, for real. I will help you with this burden as long as it's bearable. We must do something soon. The enemy is moving. There was a long silence. Gandalf sat down and puffed at his pipe, as if lost in thought. His eyes seemed closed, but under the lids, he was watching Frodo intently. Frodo gazed fixedly at the red embers on the hearth until they all filled his vision. He seemed to be looking down into profound wells of fire. He was thinking of the fabled cracks of doom and the terror of the fiery mountain. Well, said Gandalf at last, what are you thinking about? Have you decided what to do? No, answered Frodo, coming back to himself out of the darkness, and finding to his surprise that it was not dark, and that out of the window he could see the sunlit garden. Or perhaps, yes. As far as I understand what you have said, I suppose I must keep the ring and guard it, at least for the present, whatever it may do to me. Whatever it may do, it shall be slow to evil, and you will keep it with that purpose, said Gandalf. I hope so, said Frodo, but I hope that you may find some other better keeper soon. But in the meantime, it seems that I am a danger that to all that live near me, and I can't keep the ring and stay here. I ought to leave Bag End, leave the Shire, leave everything and go away, he said. I should like to save the Shire if I could, though there have been times when I thought the inhabitants were too stupid and dull for woods, and I felt that an earthquake or an invasion of dragons might be good for them. But I don't feel like that now. I feel that as But I don't feel like that now. I feel that as long as the Shire lies behind, safe and comfortable, I shall find wandering more bearable. I shall know that somewhere there was a firm foot, even if my feet cannot stand. Stand there. Damn. I have a wave of just sleepiness hit me. Of course, I have sometimes thought of going away, but I imagine that as a kind of holiday, and a series of adventures like Bilbo are better, ending in peace. But this would mean exile, a flight from danger into danger, drawing it after me. And I suppose I must go alone if I am to do that and save the Shire, but I feel very small and very uprooted and, well, desperate. The enemy is so strong and terrible. He did not tell Gandalf, but as he was speaking, a great desire to follow Bilbo flamed up in his heart. To follow Bilbo and even perhaps find him again. It was so strong that it overcame his fear. He could almost have run out there and down the road without his hat, as Bilbo has done on a similar morning long ago. My dear Frodo exclaimed, hobbits really are amazing creatures, as I said before. You can learn all there is to know about their ways in a month, and yet after 100 years they can still surprise you in a pinch. I hardly expected to get such an answer, not even from you. But Bilbo made no mistake in choosing his heir. Though he little thought of how important it would prove. I'm afraid you're right. The ring will not be able to stay hidden in the Shire much longer. And for your own sake, as well as for others, you will have to go, and leave the name of Baggins behind you. The name would not be safe to have outside the Shire of the Wild. I will give you a traveling name now. When you go as Mr. Underhill. But I don't think you need to go alone. Not if you know anyone you can trust, and who will be willing to go by your side, and that you would be willing to take into unknown perils. But if you look for a companion, be careful in choosing, and be careful what you say, even to your closest friends. The enemy has many spies and many ways of hearing. Suddenly he stopped as if listening. Frodo became aware that all was very quiet outside. Gandalf crept to one side of the window, and then with a dart he sprang to the sill, thrust a long arm downwards. Yeah. There was a squawk, and up came Sam Gamgee. Up came Sam Gamgee's curly hair hauled by one ear. Well, bless my beard, Sam Gandalf. Sam Gamgee, is it? Now what may you be doing? Lord bless you, Mr. Gandalf, sir. Nothing, leastways I was just trimming the grass border under the window, if you follow me. He picked up his shears and exhibited them as evidence. I don't, said Grimly. It is some time since I last heard the sound of your shears. How long has you been eavesdropping? Eavesdropping, sir? I don't follow you, begging your pardon. There ain't no eaves at Bag End, that's a fact. Don't be a fool. What have you heard, and why did you listen? Gandalf's eyes flashed, and his brows struck out like bristles. Mr. Frodo, sir, cried Sam, quaking. Don't let him hurt me, sir. Don't let him turn into anything unnatural. My old dad would take on, so I meant no harm, on my honor, sir. He won't hurt you, said Frodo, hardly able to keep from laughing, although he himself was startled and rather puzzled. He knows as well as I do that you mean no harm, but just you up and answer his questions straight away. Well, sir, said Sam, dithering a little. I heard a deal that I didn't rightly understand about an enemy and rings and Mr. Bilbo and dragons and a fiery mountain and elves. I listened because I couldn't help myself, you know what I mean. Lord bless me, sir, but I do love the tales of that sort. And I believe them too, whatever Ted may say. Elves, sir. I would dearly love to see them. Couldn't you take me to see elves, sir? When you go. Suddenly Gandalf laughed. Which is another point. It's almost the same way Frodo reacted, where it's like, there's the fear of death on this journey, but he wants to see elves so bad. Suddenly Gandalf laughed. Come inside, he shouted. And putting out both his arms, he lifted the astonished Sam, shears, grass clippings and all, right through the window and stood on the floor. Take you to see the elves, eh? He said, eyeing Sam closely, but with a smile flickering on his face. So you heard that Mr. Frodo's going away? I did, sir, and that's why I choked. Which you heard, seemingly. I tried not to, sir, but it burst out of me. I was so upset. It can't be helped, Sam, said Frodo sadly. And I suddenly realized that flying from the Shire would mean more painful partings than merely saying farewell to the familiar comforts of Bag End. I shall have to go, but... And here he looked hard at Sam. If you really care about me, you will keep that dead secrecy. If you don't, even if you breathe the word of what you've heard here, then I hope Gandalf will turn you into a spotted toad and fill the garden full of grass snakes. Sam fell on his knees, trembling. Get up, Sam, said Gandalf. I have thought of something better than that. Something to shut your mouth and punish you properly for listen. You shall go away with Mr. Frodo. Me, sir, cried Sam, springing up like a dog invited for a walk. Me, go and see elves. And oh, hooray, he shouted and burst into tears. Oh man, do I keep reading? How long is this chapter? Oh, it's a long one. Oh, it's a long one. Wait. No. Oh, I can't. Oh, maybe it's not a long one? Hold on. I'm trying to... Okay, it's not. Should I keep reading? Let me see something. Damn, 3 hours, bro. Is that fucking prologue was so fucking so long. Holy shit, there was 4 people in here at some point. I mean, if people are watching, I don't know. Engage with your audience. Start a poll. Keep reading, question mark? Wow, is there only one choice? The poll only got one choice? That's so funny. Um... No, I think I'm gonna game. I think we're gonna switch to the game. Oh, there was a no option. Oh, I couldn't see it though. So sorry. Oh, damn. Actually, I'm super fucking tired, dude. I don't even... what to do. We can game a little. It's okay. Probably gonna... I'll stop when we beat Grim. Oh shit. Skyrim is still playing. Lol. Remove the display capture, game capture, Baldur's Gate. Did I change the difficulty? I can't remember if I changed the difficulty or not. Can you even do that mid game? I don't remember now. Okay, how in the world did I hit that?
I'm ready.
I do that again?
No time to waste.
Let's have some courage. Tormented! Fools these mortals be. Push my luck again. The lance board is set. shall be done. Torment. I speak, they burn.
Swift and lethal.
Do I have water? I do.
Sometimes the only way out is through. This feels good. Can't even catch my breath.
I should go back. Yeah, I'm gonna go back actually.
I will ascend. My path be true.
Actually, I should save it because we are pretty far along actually.
What now? The dice roll in my favor. Torment! I wonder if this is worth the cost.
Girl refuses to just stay on this thing, man.
Still on my feet.
Let's turn someone inside out.
Gone with the weave.
Swift and lethal.
Witching hour. Torment! Rook to queen 6.
We could sacrifice one of them.
Taking position.
Shall we cut and run?
matters. Allow me to demonstrate. Show me dance. Death is but a word away. May it please, Mistra. Torment!
Time to strike. On the move.
Hungry for the slaughter.
No, he's already almost dead. That's not good. I am gonna sacrifice him though.
Well, so much for peace. Battle of wits.
Victory awaits.
There's blood in the air.
Oh.
Imperative. Victory's assured. Torment. On my way.
Victory awaits.
The devil's in the car. Still breathing, despite everything.
Take that, you stupid clunking whatever you are.
That was fucking insane.
Your desire. My pleasure.
All that for that is crazy. Oh, what's... Oh.
Let's take a gander.
Easy enough. Seems to be stuck. Interesting. Seems to be stuck.
Ugh. I might just keep it on easy, honestly. Favorite.
Oh, I have to go pee pee.
And this is Ranger, right?
They're saying Ranger Knight. I guess that's what we're going with. I guess that's what we get, brother. Oh, I didn't put Lord of the Rings away. It's okay. We'll come back to Lord of the Rings. You know what's crazy? The Two Towers is such a smaller book. Such a smaller book than Lord of the Rings. Alright, so what does this do? Skill proficiency, history, and armor proficiency. Mhm. Oh, I already have Bounty Hunter. Okay. Yeah. Natural Explorer. Years of traveling in the wild have made you particularly attuned to beasts that perspire moves called Base Tame. Funny hat. Spells. Oh, I get two.
first to put my hands on everything.
Oh yeah. Of course I had to change the difficulty, but we won't talk about that. Oh, this guy. That's right. How do we go back up? Oh.
With haste.
Could we have done that the whole time? That's crazy.
Quite the lively little pond, aren't you?
I mean, I feel like the best bet is to be sneaky, no? Unless he is the thing with the amulet. Oh, and it lights it on fire. What the fuck? Oh, oh, no, no. Oh my god.
elemental. So you're what has this place all stirred up.
How do I get back? Do I have another one? Well, fuck it. Let's see where it takes me.
For a skeleton key.
The amulet is heavy, but holds a subtle warmth, like it was left under the sun. Suddenly, the metal surges with heat. You feel great power and an overwhelming urge to laugh.
Can thou endure?
The laugh urge fades. A quiet power spreads from hand to head, then down to your feet.
Thou hast done well. For what is a laugh if not one step toward madness? Thou art the one! Return me, take me home, and thou shalt glow with blessings. To thy granddaughter, Shira Clawen, serves Ilmata Shida. She waits in Worm's Crossing. Take me there, and thou shalt bathe in her golden gifts. Oh, thou shalt be blessed indeed. A ghost! I am sunlight on water, dew on grass. Sharon's broke my body, but my spirits they could not. Well, not completely. Thou shalt return me home. It is written. I shall walk with thee. I shall grant you my power.
Etched on its face is an image of the dawning sun.
Ain't no way.
Prithee, now is not the time for dreaming. Open thine eyes, fair fool.
You recognize the symbol. It belongs to those sworn to Lathander, god of dawn and renewal. Whatever madness this spirit suffers was inflicted by Lathander's enemies, followers of Shah. And this madness may flow into you.
It shall be.
Grimforge, naught born here but tragedy.
Just like old times.
How do you disengage? I have to be 90 feet away from him to disengage? That's fucking insane. Yeah, I ain't got another one of those teleporters. Uh-oh. Okay, my stuff is back. For some reason, it took my stuff away.
Step quick.
can't slow down.
No, we're getting the fuck out of here. What?
I miss this. This will do nicely.
A rough tempest I will raise.
Time to strike. My path be true.
On my way.
Let's move.
Creator. Destroyer.
I will ascend. No time to waste.
Time to press ahead.
Let's have some fun. I don't fancy their chances.
Must I? I am fury. I am death.
Best be on my way.
Let's spill some blood.
One can't always be a gentleman.
Is he actually gonna come up here? Holy moly, he is.
Can you feel death's cold grip? Tormented!
Let me recite their demise. Torment!
Oh, he healed from that.
Shall we cut and run?
A tale for the ages.
Time to strike.
Did he heal again? Yo, this is so fucking annoying. Oh my god.
I will ascend.
Where do I go from here?
Brother. What do we... Oh, yeah.
Unleash me. No choice but to keep going.
Let's have some fun.
No blue.
Can you feel death's cold grip?
Oh, wait. Why did that not take us down? Are you fucking... Oh, brother.
Be quick.
Where is the... Okay. So we gotta go back up.
The last board is set. With haste.
I am fury. I am death.
Shall we dance?
Battle of wits. Knight to King 5.
Swift and lethal. Make way.
Here goes nothing.
This is good. Yes, here.
What fools these mortals be.
Time to strike.
Oh, can he not jump across that? Well, there's no point because he heals himself, so I'm not dealing with
Don't
that.
waste a step.
I'm ready. Outmaneuver them.
A tale for the ages. Step by step.
I am fury. I am death.
That's so funny, he can't
Another
actually
step forward.
cross that.
Let's turn someone inside out. On my way.
Allow me to demonstrate.
in position.
Let's have some carnage. Let's go.
Mistra Rill. Outflank. Outsmart.
Time to strike.
With haste.
Time for a cup. On the way.
Victory awaits.
Ah, that's how you do it. Nice.
Unleash me. Step to it. Need to find a way forward.
All right. Worms Cross.
Better not be cursed.
Oh. Good.
The only quests that are not doable anymore. Everything related to the Grove, the Druids, the Chosen Refugees. Everything related to the Goblin Camp, the Duke Raven Guard quest. So like, what the fuck, man? Alright, I guess we're doing the mountain pass. I have to re-rest, of course, because that bitch-ass fucking elemental bullshit. Oh wow, I'm out of supplies, actually. Let me see if I can buy supplies from old Yeehaw over there.
It'll take a while for us all to recover, but you've helped us take the first step. Of course.
Lol. Oh my god.
Assume nothing.
That actually doesn't. Oh, actually.
May you keep balance.
I don't know what that means. And I can't steal stuff. Are there people down here?
Master Halcid's home, by Sylvanas' mercy.
It might have been better if he'd stayed away.
Don't say that.
Come now. He took in
Let's have a
those
look.
strays and then he just left.
He went to make sure those strays could go.
No, I need camping supplies, brother. Okay, that's what could I possibly uncover? Oh. How am I still opening this? That shit don't make no sense. Oh yeah, where's that medium armor? Give me that medium. We got better boots for you, brother. Do we have better helmets? Oh. So funny looking.
Swift as my feet can carry me.
Why is this locked? Oh, that's a whole area back here. Oh wait, no, this thing is gonna attack me if I do that right.
Well, hello. like a wraith. Step carefully. Let's see here.
Never a dull moment. How much farther can I go? What's hiding here?
At least you can actually lockpick this one.
Easy.
Metallic gloves.
Hello, chum.
Something's off. This creature isn't what it appears to be.
Moo!
Oh, I guess you can't do it. Oh, brother. I need to rest. Oh, this will probably be the last rest I would need. Yeah, let's do the mountain pass now.
Breathe deep and move.
Wait, I'm allowed to go through these barrels? Oh, fuck yeah.
Anything of use?
That's all I'm saying. God, I got 45 health. I could one-shot you, actually. Interesting.
I have something to ask.
Peace. Enjoy it while it lasts.
Just saying I could. Open the gates. You know what's funny? I probably should be playing Shadow of Mordor while I'm reading Lord of the Rings. It makes more sense.
Here goes nothing.
But I mean, there's probably still time to do that. I mean, the books are long, so. Mountain Pass. Oh, I thought it was dinner time, actually. Do you think Steam has the third age? That would be fucking wild. Oh, we get a free campsite from that? What? I wish I would have known.
Hey, soldier. We've got a long way ahead of us, and there's something I want to tell you. Don't worry, it's nothing bad. Well, depending. Hear that? Infernal engine for a heart. Lets me burn as hot as the hells. Thing's been running in overdrive since I left Avernus. Won't be seeing my mechanic anytime soon, so I've been making the most of the extra heat. But it's meant I can't get too friendly. If I'm excited, nervous, scared, I'll light you up like a firework.
Girl, give me that fire resistance potion.
now. Maybe I could make his acquaintance? A tightened screw or two might let me keep a little calmer. Maybe even manage a pat or bump without burning someone to death. It's been a long time. If you can lead the way, I'll gladly follow.
Yeah, where are they at? Hold on. What? We found the ambulance been possessed by a spirit that pursues it. How does that help? Oh. Meet Damon on the road ahead. We should bring Karlach to Diamond, the Tefling weaponsmith we met in the Druid's Grove. Alright, so who... Astarion can stay and we can bring her. Or should we? Actually, that's fucking stupid. Maybe? Oh. I need him. He's literally, he carries the team. Gale carries the team. That's level 5, 6, 6. She's level 1. What's she doing? What the fuck are you doing? You're freaking me out, dude. What the hell? Shadow. What level is she? Oh. Bless your heart, Shadow Heart. Yeah. Fuck. What do I do? No, I thought we can still do her quest with her being in the thing, right? I can't believe we get a free rest. I wish I would have known. All right. Whoa, that's cool.
One day I'll catch a break.
Oh.
Wait. These markings. Tirsu's script scratched in the ground. A creche must be nested in the temple below. We must go there at once. Githyanki writing. Every word a wheel, every letter a spoke. The most powerful texts are engraved in slate. Some so ancient, only the most erudite Gish can read them. Very well, you may lead. But if we stray too far that our chance is lost, I'll make my way there alone.
Brother, do you see how far away that is? Are you fucking stupid? Anything cool? Oh, Lady Esther. Oh, what is this? Ma'am, can we talk?
Blessed be you, pilgrim. Take respite now in the dawn's loving gaze.
I warn you, I'm exceptionally well armed.
What's up for discussion?
A friendly face. Oh, you are
Yo,
a sweet,
she is
sweet
dripped
blessing, my
out.
dear. You know, I've had nothing but trouble all day. I've been accosted, chased, insulted. Look over there. Do you see that wretched little hive? Oh, it certainly looks that way. But inside, it is swarming with brutish, stupid, rude Githyanki.
Brutish and rude by your wretched standards, but stupid. Chucky.
Your charming companion would call it a creche. But it was built on what remained after the Githyanki slaughtered all of the monks. I'd call it a murderous training camp.
Acutely observed on both counts.
Honestly, I was doing them a favor offering to buy one of their eggs. And how am I repaid? Attacked and run off like some transient. What? No, of course not. I was merely... Well... Look, it's just an egg. The Society of Brilliance asked me to acquire one of their roe so they can incubate it and, once it hatches, raise the spawn in their tradition.
Please, do enlighten me. What is this tradition?
The Society believes a Githyanki raised in a peaceful, nurturing environment can overcome its violent nature. I'm sure your friend would agree. A Githyanki is as likely to forsake its violent nature as a gnome is to fly. You've been sipping from the same goblet as the Society. Perhaps you'd be willing to help then, to prove your point. They may have chased me away, but surely the Gith would welcome a person with such sympathetic views to their creche. And once inside, you could simply purloin an egg.
Steal one of Gith's own. I will slit your throat for even suggesting it.
I'm not talking to you.
God damn.
You'll be well compensated, of course. Just bring me an egg. I should hope so. When adventure calls, I am always thoroughly prepared. Take a look.
What? You have gold? Yeah. Oh, is it? Oh. Whoa. Oh, slow. Cure your targets of poison, paralysis, or blind. Oh, that's pretty cool. Cacophony. Cat's Grace. A dexterity score by 2 to a maximum of 20. Increase your jump distance by 5. Don't I kind of want this? Oh my god, $600? Get the $1,600? Get the fuck out of here. Get the actual fuck out of here, dude.
Automatically stabilize at the start of the turn. Alright. Whenever you're hit, you're stir the maximum number of possible hits. Isn't this fucking huge? Why is it only $250? That's insane. What? Oh, do you have camping stuff? Yeah, I need camping stuff so bad, dude. Ooh, lemon. I've been good on this so far. You don't have a wand? Wait, what is this? No. Oh, that's all I needed. Now let me sell you my garbage. How about that? Astarion, why do you have all this shit, brother? I should give these books to what's his face?
I believe you have places to be.
This view's almost worth the walk.
Oh, I finally have voice lines. Hold on, do I really want to do that? Is it pizza? Is it dinner time? Let me see. Never to the morning.
Might not be the time. Damn it. Completely stuck. I wonder when it was used last.
Ooh, do we have a trap here? Oh. Why did you take that, dude? I mean, that's still free shit. Wait a minute.
Blackets will be done.
Maybe she can do it?
Just so.
I hear what is a bear in the back, but I don't want to go there.
Pointless.
Damn it.
The thing is older than the Rock of Brawl, and just as unyielding.
I don't know what that means. What is it? Does it actually want us to go down here?
Take heed. I see a trap.
You're actually fucking stupid. Actually fucking stupid.
Step carefully.
A trap. Someone doesn't like visitors.
Keep your distance, darling.
I could talk to the Baldur?
A little small talk.
What the hell do I do with the Baldur? Okay. Cast talk to animals? Fuck. Let's speak with the dead. Oh, that could have been fun to use. I still haven't used that. Well, we'll save it. Talk to animals. Oh my god, I don't have one. No, when do y'all have a talk to animal skill, man?
What to do?
Action, not reaction.
I applaud your taste.
Careful, I bite.
Okay.
Tread lightly.
Ah, there we go. Oh. So what is up here that would kill him? Interesting. Where the hell am I going? Ah. Oh, nice. Oh, yeah. Kabul. And there's no way. Oh, wait. Can we get up here? Hold on. Reverse. Reverse.
Eager for battle. Impossible. Impossible. Onward.
Oh. Well, that's not what I thought you were doing. So there's no way to get up there? What? Cringe, dude. Cringe. A mighty cringe. Wait, can you get down?
Open up.
Oh. Hold on.
Trust no one.
Shouldn't have wished to live in more interesting times. Never wanted the easy path.
Grim shotgun. She has one. Actually, yeah. Can you give me your bomb? Your bomb arrow? Throwing thunder. Hold on. Save it, just in case. Also gotta poop. Also, I think I'm making dinner. Hold on.
Hold on. Wait a minute. Oh my God. What's up? What's up? Damn, you caught me at a bad time because I might be making the pizza soon. I mean, it won't take too long because the oven takes forever to preheat, but I don't even know. I just click whatever. I don't even think I have a build. I just know that I magic missile all the time. And if I'm not magic missiling, I'm doing it wrong. You're new to the game? Uh, the only issue with that is I suck at video games, so I'm not sure if I have any good tips, but I guess, I don't know. Do all the side quests, definitely do all the side quests first.
Absolutely. Do all the quests in one area first. Because this game is set up in a way where it's like there's Act 1 and Act 2. I think you can go back to Act 1, I think, but I think it might be a while, so I would do all the side quests. Definitely do all the side quests. Damn, I want to play Lord of the Rings so bad. Assassin's Creed. Oh yeah, well there's Black Flag remastered now. I'm trying to see if bro wants dinner. This is an Assassin's Creed. Wait, what? Black Flags Black Flags Resident. Oh, that was bad. Black Flag. No, what is it called? Resynced. That's what it is. That might actually be a good game to play, man. Because apparently, like, it's not like a remaster. Like, they changed like a lot of the stuff in the game. Yeah, everything is changing, yeah. They said the combat stealth got reworked. Whoa, you got whole new scenes, whole new cutscenes. What? New story cutscenes. 3 new recruitable crew officers with their own quest lines. Oh, you got more songs. I stream on Twitch rarely. Which reminds me, I need to post that. Actually. Well, I just like it because I can do, like right now, I'm at 1440p with like 12,000, well, no, it's, well, basically 12,000 kilobits per second up and down.
Oh, appreciate you. Yeah. It's just that I just don't make YouTube videos. Editing sucks. I'd probably have more subscribers if I actually fucking edited videos, but I simply do not. Okay. Well, I just got word we're gonna be making dinner. Maybe later, brother. Oh shit, I did not. Ooh, do I have music to play? Uh-oh. Oh yeah, okay. Well. I mean, you can put it in the chat and I'll see it later. But for now, I make the dinner.
Yeah, I'm back. Did she give me the bombs? What?
Better be careful with any magic. Spells set them off.
The witching hour. Swords meet sorcery.
Do I have another thing of acid? I do.
Let's go.
May the dice roll in my favor.
How do you miss that? What?
I am fury. I am death.
What? What? Can we even hit him from here?
Blood comes easy these days. I won't give in.
Gone with the weave.
I will ascend.
I mean, that's not right, because... Oh, they're... Oh, okay, I see what's going on. Okay. Yeah, who has what?
Indolence breeds madness.
Do we have another water? I don't think we have another water. Back.
No one back home will ever believe this. Wonder if the gods are watching me.
Don't touch me. A crooked touch. quick step. All right.
Let's get going. Let's see.
How in the fuck?
Light on my feet.
Hello, hello, hello.
Something over there.
Sure.
That's curious.
How the hell do you get in here? Oh, oh. Well, before we start, so wait, what is that? That's interesting.
The monastery's notable keepers adorn these intricate panels. Dawnmaster Vasaid wielding... The rest of the inscription and picture has shattered away. The reconsecration of the monastery, conducted by Dawnmaster Seed. Evensong before the Zenith Day, celebrated by Dawnmaster Stockhold. Dawnmaster Welkin Glory beckons forth the rising sun in Lathander's name. Dawnmaster Seed. Dawnmaster Stockhold. Dawnmaster Vasaid. Dawnmaster Welkin Glory.
Well, that's not the guy with the sword.
The monastery's notable keepers adorn these intricate panels. Dawnmaster Vasaid wielding... The rest of the inscription and picture has shattered away. Dawnmaster Welkin Glory beckons forth the rising sun in Lathander's name.
You knocked yourself out with the fucking sword, dude. That's so funny. Was that not supposed to take it out?
Dawnmaster Versailles. Dawnmaster Versailles.
I mean, it's not letting me play. I'm good, brother. Yeah, interesting. You can only climb these, huh? I see something. Did I lose that sword forever now? Yeah, can I actually go through here? Oh my god, you can. I might have to reload though. Because I lost the sword.
Don't waste a step. Might be useful. The weapon stopped glowing. How odd. What's inside? Guardian of Faith spell. A remarkably long-lasting one at that.
Can I talk to him right now?
That's curious.
Ah, that's how we sneak on them. Okay, cool.
What is this?
Let's see what this does. Open up.
Where are you gonna be?
Oh, we gotta fight this guy.
All's well that ends. Not as bad as it could have.
Action, not reaction.
Let me work my magic.
Keep a blade close. Over here.
All right.
Let's move.
Where are you, hold person? Yeah, we're about to cast that.
Is this not a humanoid? Oh my god, why is silence so big? What the fuck? What the heck? Oh, we didn't fucking off. Bro. Ceremonial battle axe.
What's in here?
Okay. Alright.
Moving in.
Did I not pick this up? Oh, also, let me see.
Seems simple enough.
Is there anything else to do? Oh, wait a minute. Uh-oh. Can you make them? Yeah, you can. Which one had the mace? Yeah, that's more of a hammer than a mace. Is it this guy next to me? So we're just missing a mace and a staff, or whatever she's doing. I think the only way to do that is to head downstairs. Oh, wait a minute. We can go out here too. What the fuck? Oh, I kind of have to jump anyway, so it doesn't matter. Huh. Yeah, it looked like a person. That scared the shit out of me. Nothing? Okay.
Stand your ground! Keep them busy!
Talking statues are never a
We
good
have to
sign.
fire the lance. Stand your ground! Keep them busy! Lathander, forgive me. We have to fire the lance.
Brother, if you don't take your fucking hammer. What the hell is that like? Wait a minute. Oh.
No traps, please.
Within the artifact, a feeling stirs. Uncertainty.
Your curiosity is getting the better of you. Do not let it. Stay away from the Githyanki. They're hunting you. They want the artifact. They'll stop at nothing to take it from you.
Who the fuck are we talking about? Hold on, I suddenly have to poo-poo. Excuse me.
Someone there? What have we here?
Lock picking impossible. Okay.
Hardly a challenge.
I had a feeling both of them would not make it this time. Would be over 14. Ain't no way. Is there shit in this? Well, how do we... Wait, we can do that. Will it let us go out this way? You know what? I don't think it's gonna let us jump. No, it's not gonna let us jump. So what do we do here? I guess we go downstairs.
Beloved morning, Lord. I must request of thee a reverential reverie. I visited this place in a forlorn
What should I do if Jedi takes me in for questioning? Why? Have you anything to hide? No. But he might scour through the whole creche in his search. Fear Vlaakith's gaze.
Sentries to arms! Istik, state your purpose quickly. Stand down, Gish. Is it not Vlaakith's command to welcome her, faithful?
I expected no visitors, faithful or otherwise. Why have you come?
We seek the Sathisk. Show me the way.
You are infected. A gate thrall is something to eradicate, not reason with. The faithful may be purified. This is Vlakith's protocol. Fine. Let the Gustil carry out your fate. Report to the infirmary at once. And step carefully. Kresialak watches you.
Any word on the search for the artifact, Rastiel?
Loose words are
food for gay spies. You should know better. Forgive me. We have not been visited by an inquisitor. It is an honor.
Yes, let's.
And excited.
I heard they're making us join the patrol soon. The search must be going badly.
Hush, Quanimal.
We are permitted to walk so freely. Such a lack of...
Walk freely? This place is as tight as a patriarch's purse.
Why does that guy have low health?
No doubt they found me too intimidating.
Sit here.
Please, Chitrai, I can explain. The latest batch of cultists knew nothing of the astral prism. They were just trying to find Moonrise. They all head there. My Gish have drafted plans to assault the tower. They are ready to fight, Chitrai. We could sift the missing artifact from the tower's ashes if you would give us...
Quiet. Find the astral prism, Therazin. My patience falters.
Yes, Chitrai. You heard him! Go!
Do as she says. She remains your Kithrak. For now.
Not a public forum.
Brother, what in the world just happened?
Here we go.
Actually. Oh.
Looking ahead.
An Istik in my creche. You are one of the mercenaries sent to bring the weapon.
The Istik is with me, honored Kithrak.
So noted. But my question goes unanswered. Do you bring the weapon?
Don't tell her anything.
Arrogance. A typical symptom of the Istik condition. But an arrogant tracker is a tracker nonetheless. Tell me, Istik, does this sound familiar? It is small, angular, metal, adorned with Tirsu script, stolen by true soul heretics.
You realize she seeks the artifact you carry.
What was that look? You know something. Do you have it?
Really?
An Istik in my creche. You are one of the mercenaries sent to bring the weapon.
The Istik is with me, honored Kithrak.
So noted. But my question goes unanswered. Do you bring the weapon?
Don't tell her anything.
It is small, angular, metal, adorned with Tirsu script. Stolen by true soul heretics.
You realize she seeks the artifact you carry.
What was that look? You know something. Do you have it? Then stop wasting my time, Istik! You are one of the mercenaries we engaged, are you not? I have business to attend to. Return with the weapon, or do not return at all.
Shit.
Step quick.
Why is she still... Hodor, Hodor.
Someone with a fucking house!
Oh, that's what I was gonna look up. Yeah, I'm gonna have to wrap it up soon. My head hurts. Damn, that run really took everything out.
ちを必死で守ってスペはかっこよかっただ。今年感動した場面のベスト3には入るだろうな。そんなことより、私はどうして連れてこられたんですか？それはなー、何を買った？私買ったんだって。買ったいってどういうことですか？行こうね。だからしないから、すでに悪い顔してますよ。行こう、超馬娘。成功だな。私の名はスペシャルカルシで、今年のカルシウィークはお前らをもっともっとだ。
Bro, she didn't change. The hell? Lied to.
Time for discretion. This way. Let's see.
Oh, dude. I'm gonna have to call it here, man. Ooh. Don't want to do it here.
No one's stopped me yet.
You know what? I am gonna cut it, man. I don't know what it is, but my brain is not tracking with this right now. Or maybe switch the game. Is there even people watching? No. There was, but they're not. About 80 views for some reason? What the heck? Oh, man. No, I think I'm gonna cut it. I'm gonna cut it.